Hello. Let's start up the game of first open Warudo. I've been pretty sleepy today, which is not unusual. Okay. Open, 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 open. Oh, okay. I see it. Wrong screen. I'm almost set up. Whoop. Oops. Okay. Now we can start up the game. Why isn't the countdown working again? Ah. I don't understand. Why don't it work? Oh well, no countdown. Let's just turn on the game. Start game. Why is it full screen? I don't want this full screen. Basic text. I know that the sound isn't playing right now. It tends to get muted on Twitch, so okay. No. Okay, config should off. Oh, that's real small. I'll put it back on full screen. Game audio. I lowered my mic audio because I've been a little too loud, so hopefully this is okay. The game window's fine. Okay. Actually, I wish it was on the other monitor, but it's fine. Where's the game? Where'd it go? Huh? I clicked out of the game and I can't find it anymore. What the hell? It's completely missing. I don't see the exe anywhere. How did this happen? Oh no. Come on. Game.exe expand. Come on. Switch to. Okay. That is bizarre. It just like the icon just left my screen. Okay. Now we can play the game. Oh, once again, way too loud in my ear. Always takes a little bit of configuration because for some reason it never saves. There. This should be fine. Hopefully.
Hinae なら学校のどっかだと思うよ。うちらのクラス校内の飾り付け担当だから。学食じゃない？あっこが引っ張っていったし。
Okay, we're looking for Hinae-san.
飯？有村？
Okay, so we're it's the perspective of the pink-haired girl, Serika.
さっきまでいたけど、あかりの班手伝うって。
Why is she looking for Hinae-san again? I don't remember.
Onoichi! プロレスやってく?
Wanna wrestle? What the hell?
んとこじゃないの?
もう行くんか? おのえもやってこうぜプロレス.
It hurts my ears. The audio.
捕まらないね。有村さん、友達を。
I need to put the volume down even more for myself. Why does it look like it back up? Sorry. Okay. This should be okay now. Right? Just put the volume back up on OBS.
多いのかな? お、どうしたの?
いや、お前、もしかして意外にモテるのか?
She does seem really popular. Everyone was just said hi to her. They just all knew her name.
なんで?
Wait, why? Everybody in the second year class seemed to know who you were.
そうなの?
Wait, what?
Huh?
Did she just read his mind? She didn't... He didn't say that aloud. She's replying to something he said in his head. What? Serika Sarika made a face like she'd only just realized it now. Are you not aware? You didn't say that aloud though, dude. That's a little suspicious. Like what? Well, I never thought of her as particularly unpopular. Oh, whoops. But even though we weren't always together, we were together often enough that I was too close to get a sense of something like that. Wait, I think a long time ago, Kurusu once told her, act a little more like a girl. You're wasting your potential.
タク？
なんでもない。というか、尾上、お前本当に有村さんのこと知らなかったのか?
Can we please talk about the fact that she replied to something you said in your head?
よくわからないけど、結構ネットワークが広そうな子じゃないか。違うクラスとはいえ、女子のグループとかでは繋がってても良さそうなもんだけど。
I think that's reasonable. Oh, whoops. Girls at a high school had to be better connected to anybody else around, right?
さあ、私クラスのグループとかそういうのあまり意識したことないから。
That makes sense.
もう少し女の子らしく振る舞いなさい。
何それ？
What?
それマジで？
Mashka? I suddenly heard a voice I remembered.
今の。
I looked next to me and saw that Sarika was clinging to the window glass and looking down. I looked down and saw someone I knew walking with a group of girls toward the school gate.
急ごう。
That must be Arimura-san because the music got scary. I hate this. Why is the music like this?
違う。告白までは言ってないって言ってた。でも相合い傘でしょ？雨降る夜の渋谷でしょ？アッコの性格なら、というかアッコの思い度合いなら告白までは行くよ。やっぱそう思う？ロールキャベツ系女子だもん。
A cabbage whirl girl? What is that? What is that? A Japanese term for a girl who may seem shy at first glance, but can become extremely forceful when it comes to getting what she wants in love. The name comes from the Japanese cabbage roll, which is a spiced meat wrapped in cooked cabbage. It is said that the peaceful cabbage on the outside hides the vicious carnivore that lurks within. What? That's interesting. It's kind of like calling someone a green tea girl or green tea bitch.
嘘、アッコってロールキャベツなの？買い出しかな？
Arimura-san was walking through the yard with two people who looked like they were her friends. Oh, whoops. Just like Sarika said, she wasn't helping with the decorations in the yard. She was heading straight for the gate.
話しかける？
いや、ちょっと待って。
I needed to get ready. What should I ask? What happened in the hotel, of course. And what did she mean about what she told me?
はるかはどうなの？磯崎くん。あれ？言ってなかったっけ？はるか今、白井くんと仲いいんだよ。うっそー！お姉さんは聞いてませんよ。何つながり？いや、そこまでじゃないって。で、何つながり？ツイポ、白井くんがハマった壁宝ボットのネタ画像。私がリツったのがきっかけで。
I love Tweepo. Gotta retweet it on Tweepo.
はるかもロールキャベツだったか。ぬかった。いや、別に狙ったとかじゃないって。偶然。タク、行っちゃうよ。
I know, but...
なんだこのギャップ。
The gap between the way that she spoke to you versus how she speaks with her friends.
私は嬉しい。なんか幸せ。
She was nothing like the girl I'd seen in the hotel room, or even in the student council room. She was just a normal teenage girl. And if you asked me, one of the worthless ones who loved to talk about things that didn't matter. Worthless? He's such a bitch. What does he mean by that? She spotted him. Suddenly, Arimura-san stopped. Oh no! It's the detective.
タク、あの人。
We're going neutral. No choices. Yeah, I knew him. That was the detective who'd visited the interrogation room during our questioning.
ごめん、休養ができてしまった。買い出し任せていい？
Arimura-san suddenly bowed to the other two. They seemed about to say something, but they must have seen the detective and thought better of it.
後で連絡する。
They left. 刑事さん。
少し非常識じゃないですか。
Her voice sounded different, like someone had flipped a switch somewhere inside her.
悪いが、こちらも動ける時間をなんとかひねり出してる状態だ。刑事だとは名乗っていないから勘弁して。
刑事うんぬんじゃなくて。
君はあくまで条件付きの釈放。分かってるね。
近くの喫茶店でいいですか？あまり知られてない穴場があるんで。
The two of them started to walk off.
刑事さんとデートかな？
そんなわけないだろ。事件についての話に決まってる。
As I stood there and thought, Sarika brought her face right up to mine. It was too close, and if the other students saw, they'd get suspicious, and she smelled good, so I wanted her to stop. You smelled like strawberries.
僕たちもぜひ話聞きたいよな。
I pushed her face back just a little and looked toward the direction they'd gone off in.
じゃあ、行く？
Yep.
ああ、近くの喫茶店かっていうと。
Even after being damaged by the earthquake, Shibuya was still a mecca for fashion and culture. There were a number of cafes, even just around Hekiko Academy.
あんまり知られてない穴場って言ってたよね。となると、やっぱりカフェラックスかな。
Yeah, that would make sense. The newspaper club went there so often because it was close to the school. The students rarely visited it.
おのえにしては冴えてるな。
褒められた。
いや、そんなに褒めてないからな。
We nodded at each other as we went through the gate.
よし、行くぞ。
オッケー。お主たちか。いつもの席は今さっき埋まって。
This employee is always cosplaying. I tried to motion to the waitress to get her to understand. Sarika and I finally succeeded in getting our point across.
わけありか。よかろう、こちらへ来い。
With the perceptiveness that belied her ridiculous appearance, she led us to a seat near the entrance, far from our usual spot. If we put up a newspaper, maybe they couldn't spot us. We sat down and spread out a newspaper to hide our faces. I ordered myself my usual Mountain View, and Sarika her grapefruit juice. Sarika drew her shoulders in to make herself harder to spot.
聞こえる？
I peeked out a little over the newspaper and motioned for her to be quiet, then listened.
ここは壁法の人たちにとって穴場なのかい？
Oh, so that's how you say keiji. I mean, how you write it.
だと思います。
Good. It was a little hard to hear, but I could make it out. I was still amazed to find out that anyone from Pekko but us knew about this place. Ooh.
それで何なんですか？取り調べにはちゃんと通ってるじゃないですか。
さっき初めて見たが、君は壁法では随分と表情が違うんだな。
Arimura-san frowned a little.
取り調べに対しては黙秘こそしていないものの、徹底して平坦な調子を貫いているそうだが。
By interrogations, he must mean they were asking her about what she was doing at the Love Hotel. What was that? A file?
2年3組有村ひなえ16歳。2014年壁標学園に入学。文芸部部長。友達が多く明るく社交的な性格の持ち主。
What is that on the wall? What the hell? Anyway.
成績は中の中。補導歴や学園側に反発するなどの問題行動を取った記録はなし。学園側から提出された君の資料だ。これにこちら側で調べた簡単な君のプロフィール以外、事件に関しては何も分かっていない。何も覚えていませんの一点張りではな。
The detective leaned back in his chair. I couldn't see his expression from here, but I could guess that he was frowning.
少しは壁法にいる時のように社交的に振る舞えないか？我々警察は全力をもって事件の解決に。
嘘です。
Oh. Her words were sharp. Arimura-san was glaring at the detective as if she found his presence extremely unpleasant. She quietly said "a cab" under her breath.
そうだったな。すまない。
The detective bowed his head just a little. I couldn't see his expression.
なんだ？
自分とその協力者は全力をもって事件の解決に当たっている。少なくとも敵対する立場にはいないだろう。
Arimura-san fell silent for a moment as if considering his words. What? What were they talking about?
別に取り調べに対して非協力的な態度を取るつもりはありません。ただ答えようがないだけです。事件前後の記憶がないのは本当のことなんですから。
Oh. Does she have no clue why she was there to begin with?
ではそれ以外のことに関してこちらに言えることはないか？例えば殺された柿田博則との関係については？
タク？
The murder victim? The police had declared the Love Hotel. Oh, he called it a murder. Yeah. Oh, even though they'd already said that it was a suicide. The police had declared the Love Hotel incident, revolving dead, a suicide. I leaned forward even more. I couldn't afford to miss a word of this.
こちらっていうのは新庄さんとあの人たちってことですよね。
ああ、警察は関係ない。
Oh. Arimura-san thought for a second.
柿田さんとは協力関係でした。
Helping.
協力というと あの件についての？
もちろんそうです。時折匿名性のある場所で落ち合って情報交換をしていました。
Huh.
どうやって知り合った？どうした？
兄の友人だったので。
A friend of her brother's.
ん？確か君のお兄さんは地震で。
やめてください。
Oh.
兄や私の家のことについては関係ありません。
Arimura-san's voice sounded genuinely pained. The detective fell silent for a moment, allowing her words to echo through the room.
わかった。はい、新庄。ああ。わかった。10分ほどで戻る。進めておいてくれ。
The detective stood up. I quickly scrunched my shoulders together and leaned close to the newspaper. The detective knew our faces. I couldn't let him see me.
そうだ。その前に、これに見覚えはないか？
The detective took out something like a file. Oh, that's a strong reaction. And Arimura-san jerked backward and looked away, frowning. Is it the sumo sticker? Because Takaru has been reacting like this to the sumo sticker too. It could be the sumo sticker. Maybe that's like a connection.
おい、どうした？
知ってますよ。でも嫌いなんです、そのシール。
Yeah! It's the sticker! For some reason, they're both reacting so negatively to it. I hate it. Did she say sticker?
それがどうかしたんですか？
She was still looking away as she spat out the words.
ホテルの事件現場を撮影した動画がネットに上げられた件は知っているだろう。あれはどうやら渋谷の野良無線 LAN からアップロードされていたようで、まだ犯人が特定できていないんだが、その動画を撮影したカメラがあったと思われる場所にこれが貼ってあったんだ。
Yeah. Yeah. The sticker Zio, it opened its eyes and it took the video somehow from just its eyes. And it closed them.
何か知っていることはないか？
別に君の悪いシールっていうだけです。街のあちこちに貼ってあるじゃないですか。
Yeah, but the ones at the crime scenes all look similar. Identical. Unlike the ones everywhere else.
早くしまってください。
Arimura-san refused to look at it. The detective put it away.
だろうな。こんなもの事件と関係あるはずがない。
You can't? Cause I can. It's no good. This time he turned to leave for real.
今後はなるべく署の取り調べに対しても協力的な姿勢を見せてくれ。
だから話せることがありません。
話さなくていい。だが条件付きの釈放を面白く思っていないお偉方もいる。しがらみってやつだ。僻境であれだけ元気な君なら簡単なことだろ。
Arimura-san sighed a very exaggerated sigh.
今時女子高生が女子高生をやるのもかなり大変なんですよ。
Crap. Good, they didn't spot us.
ところで 君の同類は今のところ他にいないんだな。
もちです。
Others.
また来るがよい。
ビビった。
タク、有村さんが出る前に出た方がよくない？
そうだな。
Things could get complicated if she caught me listening in. I paid for our drinks and headed for the exit.
また来るがよい。
Just as I was able to leave. Oh?
どうなろうが知ったことじゃない。
Arimura-san was all the way in the back, but I could hear her voice very clearly. October 6th, 2015, Tuesday. Man, I still can't make any stream markers. I have no clue why. I need to be able to mark where I am in the VOD. I don't know. I guess I'll just... what time is it? 47 minutes in. Okay. There. It's gonna use Notepad. (9 p.m. in front of Shibuya Station. The place was as crowded and noisy as ever. The footsteps of people rushing to the station to get home after work, the voices of people talking into their phones about where to meet for drinks, the screams of joy as old friends were reunited. It all blended together, and it all had an effect on anyone who passed through it, even for a moment. 6 years after the Shibuya earthquake, the city had been rebuilt to the point where there was nothing left to remind you of it. Everything was up and running again, until a few years ago, many people would stop and stare and wonder at how everything was new, but not anymore. The slogan of the restoration efforts, Shibuya, a city reborn, had such an effect on people that the past was beginning to be forgotten. At least, for people who weren't in Shibuya during the earthquake. Just a 1 minute walk away from the station was the Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. Furusu no. Okay. Furusu made sure to always visit once a week. She would put a flower down by the name of her best friend from elementary school and pray silently. It was only a short distance from the heart of the city. The noise and commotion didn't reach this place. This place was somberly constructed and pure, as if it wanted to be separated from all that. Today was October 6th. The earthquake was on November 6th, so this was the same day of the month. Maybe that's why there were so many flowers. Some of them were lying scattered on the ground. There was no one around. Sometimes people would come at around 10:30 p.m. when the earthquake struck, but other than that, the place was mostly empty at night. Furusu went around the area, grabbing up all the scattered flowers she could see and putting them on a nearby dais. She'd done it many times before. It was all part of her routine.
どうすればいいかな。
Furusu was thinking about what had happened a few days before. And about her younger brother, Miyashiro.
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Oh, so she heard it. She'd heard it clearly. Arimura Hinai had said those words to Miyashiro.
タクルが。
No, that was impossible. There was no way her brother was about to get caught up in something just because of what he'd learned. A sudden wind blew the flowers out of her hand. They scattered away from her. All she could do was watch. For a moment, she tried to reach out and grab them, but her hand clawed uselessly at the air. Before the feelings overwhelmed her, she turned toward the place where her friend's name was carved.
ね
She rubbed it gently. The familiar sensation came to her through her fingers.
えどうすればいいかな
But the name, Minamisawa Sendi, just echoed the question back to her. Oh,
いいんじゃないか。珍しくいいアングルだ。
they put up the camera at the Shibuya at the wall. Now it's 52.
お前な、言っとくけどかなりめんどくさかったんだぞこれ。
どっかにくくりつけたのか？
なんか壁にくっついてる鉄パイプみたいなやつにな。
違う、それきっと雨どいだ。屋根に溜まった雨水を。
どうでもいい。くくりつけるのに使ったバンドやらは自腹切ったんだからな。明日払えよ。
設置する場所はそっちが勝手に。
言い出しっぺはそっちだろ、宮代部長。言っとくけど、データの回収はみんなで持ち回りだからな。
あ、わかってるよ。
てか、それもいちいち面倒なんだよな。中継式のは手に入らなかったのか？
高いんだよ。
And if we try to do wireless from there all the way to Hekiko or this place, that'd be a huge pain.
で、そっちは？
え？
有村さんだよ。会えたのか？
I guess. It depends on how you look at it.
明日話すよ。結構面白い情報が手に入ったから。
なんだよ、今言えよ。
そろそろ渋谷ニュースの放送が始まるんだよ。
え？今日放送あるのか？
You should have been more careful.
ちゃんと全部チェックしとけよ。今日。
Oh, whoops. He hung up on me angrily. I put the phone down and checked the time. About 5 more minutes. Just moving things around on my screen. Okay. Let's look at this webpage. Shibuya News, a program to bring you the latest in Shibuya News. I pray you spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret. Videos being played, Shibuya News. Time manager, Ke. Contact us, mail, Ke-san, Shibuya News. The kitty petting experience on sale. February 22nd, 2015. Bar Nobu, 1582 steps from Kyoto Station. It's your Okehazama. We'll treat you good. We shall teach you the secret to mastering battle. Armor helmet set now only 1 ryo. Let's go diving in Okinawa's ocean. Just one bite will turn you into a pig. Even if you're on a diet, you won't be able to resist. Oh, wait. I opened Shibuya News and waited for the broadcast to start. After that... Arimura-san had waited about an hour before she'd come out of Cafe Lax. I thought about pretending to run into her, but I didn't want to go up to her too fast and have her find out I was listening. As I waited for the right moment, she got in a taxi and left. She was probably heading to the Shibuya police station for an interrogation. This was amazing. I wasn't able to talk to Arimura-san, but I knew I'd managed to get much more important information. There was a lot about their conversation I didn't understand, but I was right about one thing. The police were treating the incidents, or at least revolving dead, as murders.
Yeah,
just that one detective. That detective, Shinjo-san, was it? He seemed to be acting separately from the rest of the police force. And he had some kind of secret about it that he shared with Arimura-san. More importantly than that, and more importantly than anything, from what he'd been saying, I was sure of it. And while he knew about the sumo stickers, he didn't seem to realize their importance. Maybe he hadn't realized that they were at the other two crime scenes. Good. I really was one step ahead of the police. If I kept it up, I might be able to learn more about the case than anyone else. More than the ignorant kids getting ready for the festival. More than the people who had to cling to the internet for information. More than even the police. More than Kawahara-kun, that jerk who called me a pretend reporter. And more than the rest of the class who called me a camera kid.
情弱を全員見返してやれ。
はい。2015年10月7日0時になりました。皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
Shibuya News' net radio started just like it had said it would. His voice was as pleasant and clear as ever. The last broadcast was after the Love Hotel incident, so it would have been September 30th. It had been about a week.
まとわりつく暑さはもうなくなりましたね。発表されている通りなら、しばらくは過ごしやすい気温になると思いますが、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。
As I listened to her voice read out all the latest information from Shibuya, I grabbed a magazine off a cabinet shelf. It was a back issue of Cool Cat Press that I bought, or rather, been forced to buy from Gen-san. Just like with Gen-san's broadcast, it had been a while since I'd spent any time with this. Favorite magazines? I flipped through the pages looking for an interesting article. It was still mostly junk. 10 ways to make your ideal girl like you. How to tell your ideal girl you like her. What to say to your ideal girl to get her into your bed, etc. There were a lot of articles that were of no interest to me whatsoever. Nope, not at all. As I carefully read through these articles, which did not interest me at all, I found a small section in the back that was something a little different. Rorschach will reveal her naked heart. How to know exactly what she's thinking. The article consisted of strange, symmetrical drawings in black ink, along with commentary from a psychoanalyst about what each said about your personality. Or at least it was someone who claimed to be a psychoanalyst. And at the very end, there were even diagrams on how to use these pictures to see how popular you were, or how compatible you were with a certain girl. This got everything! This is my favorite magazine! I whispered to myself. The Rorschach test was a famous personality test. The test involved pouring black and red ink down The test involved pouring black and red ink down a folded card and spreading it out to create a strange symmetrical shape. Different people would see this shape as a dog's head or a man and woman kissing, and what you saw told you about your personality. But the idea of using it to determine your popularity or your compatibility with a certain girl were just so stupid I had to laugh. Let's look at this page. Your spirit be revealed. What is the word? Look at the ink blot. What you see can soon you'll find the okay. So figure 1. I see a dinosaur. No, I see two elephants. Their trunks are touching, but the elephants also have like have human feet. The second one, it is a biblically accurate angel. The fourth one, oh wait, I read the backwards. The figure 1 is on the right. That's the biblically accurate angel. Figure 2 is on the left, and that's the two elephants with their trunks touching. Figure 3, two people pulling at a diaper. And then to their left and right, are two, uteruses. Yeah. Figure 4, is, it's two feet. It's a person with 2 feet, and in the middle, they have a giant penis. You saw an animal covered in fur. If you saw a fur-colored animal, like a sheep, you're very perceptive. Oh. With wings, if you saw a winged animal, like a bird, you likely have a strong something wish for freedom. Oops. Let us know in the comments below what you saw. All 4 figures.
この図形は羊か?
Okay, we are at...
何これが羊などの毛に覆われた動物に見えたあなたは、本心を隠そうという意識が強く、女の子には何を考えているかわからない人ととても警戒されています。
Damn.
そんなあなたのモテ度は20点です。なんだと
Huh? That can't be. I snapped back to my senses. That was close. I almost did the whole test. I did the whole test, and I won. I tossed the magazine on my desk. And then, as if she'd been waiting for me to finish, Kei-san's voice became a little more serious. Ooh.
さて、このように今日も渋谷ではいろんなニュースがありましたが、そろそろ本題に入りましょう。今日、放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、ある一つの記事を皆さんに紹介したいと思ったからです。
Huh? The point? What article was she talking about? I listened intently to Kei-san's words.
内容は、この放送やサイトでも頻繁に取り上げさせていただいている事件に関してのもの。そう、今渋谷で起こっている連続猟奇事件です。
This is Kurisu's friend, the one who tried her best to speak English on the phone, who goes to Hekiho. She's always wearing this lab coat apparently. She likes to cosplay. And apparently she's Kei-san. Cool.
6年前の渋谷で連続して起こったニュージェネレーションの狂気という事件の日付と今回の連続猟奇事件の日付が一致していることは以前に述べましたが
Yeah.
この動画はそれ以外の共通点を指摘してくださっています。
Ooh. What is it? What? Did someone other than us notice?
このアドレスです。
Maybe it's a video. It's the link to the newspaper club's video, the one with the text to voice. I clicked the link she posted immediately after I saw it. It was a URL for a Nico Nia video. The few seconds it took to load felt like an eternity.
来たって。
Cameraman, do your damn job. Yep, it's that. It's their video. 7 comments, 56 views. Damn, they're about to go viral. Huh? I saw the thumbnail for the video and quickly turned away. I immediately grabbed my phone.
Onoe, 渋谷ニュース聞いてるか？早く見てみろ。僕らの動画が特集されてる。
Damn! I'd be so excited too. We're about to be famous! October 7th, 2015. Wednesday. What's y'all's favorite day of the week? Do I have one? I don't know. I don't think so. Can't even think of one. I can't think of any days. Okay. Oh. Sakura Gaoka-cho, Shibuya. Gaoka-cho. Sakura Gaoka-cho. I don't know. It's definitely a street. Gaoka. Frisia Credit Bureau. Oh! Shout out to Frisia Credit Bureau.
それでは今回はこの辺りでお付き合いいただきありがとうございます。
Let's look at that
わずか
name.
な時間のお相手は私 K さんでした。
Kunosato Mio. Got a pretty interesting name. You got Village, I think that's Village, and you got no, not baseball. Ball. Sato. No. Sato. God, I have such a hard time reading this. That's not a font I'm very fond of. It's just difficult for me to understand. To read it.
時刻は間もなく2015年10月7日0時22分。悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
That's a pretty nice prayer. Kunosato gave her usual sign-off and ended the broadcast. Me too. If you know, you know. Live streamers, where you at? She stretched expansively, her shoulders cracking as the stretch passed through her entire body. She knew that acting like a proper lady was the way to get listeners for these guerrilla radio broadcasts, but it still felt like she was taking things too far. After almost 100 times, she was used to it, but she'd never finished a broadcast without feeling exhausted. Try 200. I've done almost 200 already.
なんだ。
いや。
I wonder if he's just surprised that she's Kei-san.
お疲れ様みおちゃん。コーヒーは？
Oh, it's Momose! Momose Katsuko.
もらいます。
Like a lot of women's names in Japanese, hers ends in a ko. This means child. Shinjo watched, stunned, as Mia leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and accepted a coffee from Momose.
昼間の有村といい、最近の若い女の子はどうなってるんだ?
She sure didn't look like a girl who'd been speaking into a computer microphone with a pleasant voice just a moment ago. He knew this is what she was really like, but...
Huh?
Ha! Her eyes met with his.
その、何をしていたんだ今のは。
Radio broadcast.
情報の発信だ。他に何がある？
ん？
That made no sense.
まあ
Broadcasting information?
新庄ちゃんがわからないのも無理はないけどね。
Momose glanced over at Kunosato.
みおちゃんはうちの大切な情報屋なの。本業は研究者だけど。
はあ、その年でですか？
そう。アメリカの研究所に飛び級で招かれた天才。
Yeah, I don't think they skip grades in Japan. American thing.
私は秀才型です。天才ってやつはこんなもんじゃない。
Like,
そ
Kurisu.
れ、よく電話で話してるあなたがお世話になった子のこと？
Kurishtina! Oh, whoops. Kunosato nodded and started to massage her tired shoulders. He'd had no idea. He thought she was pretty grown up for a 17-year-old, but...
何の研究を？
私のプロフィールが事件と関係あるのか？
Yeah.
いや、そうじゃないが。
No, I think it does.
ここよ。
Momose pointed at Shinjo's head. Ah!
頭？
Ah, hello, Red Avenger. How was your stream yesterday? I think I rated like a few minutes before you went live. I thought it was funny.
脳みそ。量子脳論特別研究員。
Not quantum brain dynamics. Ooh. I didn't even know that was possible. I definitely, I didn't know it was possible either until yesterday. I thought it was pretty funny. I've definitely rated people just when they've, just when they clicked, like, stop streaming. So that's funny too. Oh wait, I was gonna look at, what is quantum brain dynamics? What is this? Okay. The name given to a scientific field that attempts to explain brain activity, particularly human consciousness. Oh shoot, I accidentally clicked off. I heard it go off because I was doing sound checks before going live. That's fun. Quantum mechanical perspective? Ugh. That means nothing to me. This means nothing. It's magic. They're saying it's just magic, is what it is. She's studying magic. I hope your stream was great yesterday. I left myself lurking in there for the rest, I think.
なぜ碧峰学園に？
I don't know. Maybe it's because in Japan you can't really skip grades. So thank you for the lurk. Thank you too for coming to the stream to say hi.
渋谷にある碧峰はいろいろとカオスチャイルド症候群を研究するのにちょうどいいからよ。
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
本題に入りませんか？
Without waiting for Shinjo or Momose to agree, she continued.
有村は力士シールについて何か言っていたか？
What she said was, sticker nasty, get it away from me, I won't ever look at it. It was definitely interesting. I got glitched out twice, somehow breaking the game and having to reload and making it take another hour. How fun. I love when games break when you're streaming. Then Twitch crashing randomly. Oh my god. All of the I have no control over that. That's my spouse's phone. He's sleeping. Oop. Up. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. You just need this in the background. This is our background music for today. I threw a lantern. I needed to go to the next room. Somehow to the back rooms, it just disappeared. Then I got stuck in a crack. When I was playing Alan Wake Remastered for the first time a few days ago, I got like attacked by a chair. I took damage. I have no clue how that happened. It was funny.
俺にはタメ口なんだよな。
He sighed to himself.
Oi.
Oi. It's like when I guess saying oi like that is kind of like people in South Korea saying yeah. Very rude. Evil chairs. Yeah. I cursed out the chair too.
いや、何を気にしているか知らないが、気味悪がっていただけだ。
確かか？
Yeah, she said creepy.
あ、何をそんなに気にしている？そういえば、さっきもシールについて何か言っていたな。
The stickers are evil. They can open their eyes. They can close their eyes. They can take video from their eyes. They're God. He thought back to how different Kunosato's voice was when she was on the radio. She has a smooth radio voice. What can we say?
あれは
You
何を
jealous?
していたんだ？
だから情報の発信だと言っただろ。
情報。
ちゃんと説明してあげたら？これから新庄ちゃんとは解決まで協力することになるんだし。
This is an odd trio. We have Momose, we have Kunosato-san, someone working in quantum brain dynamics, whatever the hell that is, and a detective who's gone rogue. Kunosato didn't bother to hide her displeasure at Momose's interruption.
ギブアンドテイクでしょ。
Ibu Andoteku. Yes.
もらえるものがあればいいんですがね。
Ooh. Rouge. Brew. That was enough to piss Shinjo off.
お前な、少しは年長者に対する敬意を。
No.
今年発表された主要メディアの利用率を知っているか？
What?
は？
That's so damn random.
ネットの利用者は全体で7割。
Oh.
10代では8割。20代、30代では9割が利用していて、いずれもテレビよりも利用率が高い。
This is true.
都市部に限定すればもっと上がる。10代、20代で新聞を日常的に利用しているやつは1割もいない。去年も一昨年もそう変わらん。
Yeah.
中学生へのスマホの普及率は半分以上。高校生以上になると9割5分。スマホを持っていることはネットを利用していることと同義だ。
You got games on your phone? The catchphrase of every single child.
待て、何の話だ？
No longer do they have their thumb and pinky finger extended when saying call me. Instead, it's just their hand flat, open. Because smartphone.
普段手に入れる情報をネットだけに依存している人間がどれだけいると思う？
Why he look so mad? Kunosato suddenly stood up and brought over the laptop she'd been using to stream. She opened something on the screen for Shinjo to see. Oh! Homepage of a major newspaper dated yesterday. Oh yeah, let's look at this. Hayomi newspaper. Hayomi Shinbun. New, lifestyle, politics, election economies, society, IT, internal, sports, culture, local, science, environ, editorial, special Olympics. Your say. Kodomo, which is children. That was probably like written in English, and that's why they didn't translate it. I mean, it was probably written in Roman letters, and that's why they didn't translate it. Same for run. Society ranking. Number 1, effects of the crash of 15 continue major US IT corpor. 2, will Pokecoms finally be able to make phone calls this? They can't make phone calls? You're not good at Roman numerals? I'm okay with them. Number 3, what does Shibuya murders tell us about the killer's blank? Oh, the newspapers treat them as murders, even though the police have been ruling them suicides. Number 4, police issue warning to overeager net reporters. 5, politician resigns for saying die on Tweepo. They said die on Tweepo? You can't do that. Number 6, what this new law means for Tokyo's youth. What new... That is so vague. There was a part of Amnesia, the first one, I believe, that had them. I asked my chat for help. I would have just Googled. Just to move it along. Number 7, major foreign idol participating in Shibuya restoration. I wonder who this foreign idol is. Kelly Clarkson? Avril Lavigne? Beyonce? That'd be pretty cool. Okay, the headline is Surveillance Society Committee member sues SafeWorks. Avril, yeah! October 6, 2015, 7 a.m. A Shibuya area woman has filed a 1.1 million yen suit in a Tokyo court against venture capital firm SafeWorks Tokyo, claiming that they violated her privacy. The suit is dated the 2nd. She alleges that one of the company's security cameras in Shibuya took video of her laundry drying on the veranda and uploaded it to the internet without her permission. SafeWorks responded that the webpage in question was built at the request of the ward government in an attempt to improve security leading up to the Restoration Festival. They did not, however, comment on what actions they intend to take. The current price of a car. Doesn't it bother you? Baking classes for working citizens. Look at that. You got pancakes. You don't bake pancakes, though. You fry them. Now, bread, you can fry, but usually you bake. Shibuya Bready Bread Classroom. Bready Bread. Learn to bake pastries for yourself or for your family. Classes twice a week. Just 5 minutes from Shibuya Station. We also provide online courses. Learn more. I'd be clicking on that so fast. Bready Bread? My spouse showed me a text message he got from an unknown number a few hours ago. It said, what was it again? It was, something about happiness coming from eating chicken daily, delicious chicken. And then it was like, man, I actually, let me see, I typed it up, actually. It was, there are many ways to be happy, including eating delicious chicken. Have you been busy lately? Gotta get that bready bread? Hell yeah. All day, every day. Oh, shoot. What did I drop? Oh, it's nothing. It was the homepage of a major newspaper dated yesterday. There was an article about a Shibuya resident suing SafeWorks for invasion of privacy. They got really, they got very strong laws in Japan regarding privacy. This person was right to be suing.
これは私が起こした。
Oh, you did?
Huh?
How do you mean? What'd you do?
監視社会の問題を考える団体の一人がツイポの中毒者でな。
They've got a lot of idols? Yeah. They also got Tweepo. A Tweepo addict.
同様の思想を持つアカウントとホームページを別々の人間としてでっち上げ。
You did fucking what? You made sock puppet accounts? You're astroturfing? What's that got to do with quantum brain dynamics? Why are you doing this? That's just like, that is the strangest thing, the wildest thing a teenage girl can say.
過去にあった効果的な判例に誘導し、複数人からあなたは被害者だと言われているように思わせた。踏ん切りがつかなかったようだから、週末に更新側が取った無礼な態度を録音させ、それをネタに炎上させた。その結果が。
You did what? I can't even believe it. How long did that take? I start editing my overlays and suddenly it's like 5 hours later. That must have taken so long. Making multiple websites, creating history on like several different sock puppet accounts to make them look genuine, astroturfing as a single person. That's so much. I can't even believe it. Was this, she said as she tapped the laptop.
まさか。
ネットに依存しているやつが一番食いつく情報は、自分にとって都合がいいネット以外のメディアの情報だ。
I feel like that's true of anything.
かけてもいいが、こいつは提訴に関して、私が紹介した書籍以外は一行も読んでないぞ。
Well, yeah, you made it seem genuine. Anyone could get tripped by that. Oh, whoops. Not that I've ever seen her face, Kunosato continued. The way she spoke alone was enough to make Shinjo believe she was telling the truth.
なんでそんなことを。
Something so extreme.
百瀬さんから更新がきな臭いことは聞いているだろう。私も同じ考えだ。なるべくイメージを落としておきたい。
I feel like
そして
just that wouldn't be enough to damage their public image. Just feel like it. I don't know.
私が今欲しいのは力士シールに関する情報だ。
It's God. Maybe this is a Rorschach blot test, actually. They brought up Rorschach before. Chekhov's Rorschach. This might be an illusion, for real. Like, it might be something else. Damn. The screen was indeed showing a picture of the Simo sticker. And then...
碧峰学園新聞部
Shinbunbun. Shinjo's gaze landed on a phrase in the video's introduction. Wasn't that where those kids who snuck into the Love Hotel went?
首を突っ込むなと注意しておいたのに。
They know. The youth of today, they said ACAT with their whole chest. They're not gonna listen to you. His tone was irritated as he remembered the faces of the boy and the girl, bitch eating crackers. Kunosato, however, seemed to find it rather entertaining.
なかなかに気のつく連中だ。利用できるときに利用しておく。今から。そうだな。12時間もすれば、この動画に力士シールに関しての情報が殺到する。
Kunosato-san, it might be better if you if you commented with something completely incorrect. Law of the internet is 300 people are going to race to tell you why you're wrong. I think that'd probably be extremely effective.
さっきの放送での情報発信はそのための仕込みの一つだ。
After what she just told him about her dealings with SafeWorks, he couldn't help but believe her.
何新庄ちゃん。
いえ。
He realized that he must have been looking at Momose for an answer. Just who was this girl?
あ、ダメよ新庄ちゃん。みおちゃんに手出したら。
Why would you say that? I'm gonna kick your ass.
何言ってるんですか。
He felt his cheeks turn red at this entirely unexpected response. I'm gonna kick your ass too.
違います。これは図星とかではなく。
分かってるわよ。まだまだね。
有村は他に同類を見つけていないんだな。
Kunosato interrupted.
ああ、そう言っていた。
であれば次に狙われる可能性があると分かっているのは有村だけになる。何の目的かは知らないが、おそらく10月10日に。
What about Miyashiro Takuru? Is she keeping that to herself?
あ
あ。October 10th. The date of the vampire incident 6 years ago.
いざとなったらおとりに使ってしまえばいい。狙われるかどうかは分からんがな。
You know Serobi as well?
そんなことできるわけないだろう。
Yeah, on threads. Sometimes he drops by the stream to throw like 10 bits at me. It always scares me because I never expect it. Shinjo slammed his fist down on the desk and glared at Kunosato. That was going too far even for him. But he a cool dude? Nice. I'm glad. Instead of getting scared, Kunosato glared back at him with an expression he'd never seen before. Never seen before? You mean like on a human, just in general? Because that's weird. Her face was cold and dangerous, like the blade of a knife. She looked more like one of the people he'd arrested than anyone he'd saved.
お前は事件の解決に協力してくれるんだろう。言っておくが、いざという時の指示には従ってもらうぞ。
こちらも言っておくがな。
Kunosato put her hands on the desk and drew closer to him.
私がまず殺したいのは今回の事件の犯人で。
Ooh. So she knows who's behind these killings? Ooh. Tell me.
その次は有村をはじめとするそいつらだ。
What? Why?
めんどくさいな。
Mendokusai.
だな。
Ito whispered as he turned the camera around the room, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We were in our classroom after school. The Culture Festival was just 3 days away, and from this afternoon until the day of the event, classes were canceled to allow more time for the preparations. The rest of the class must have been getting excited because they were making even more noise than usual as they started moving around desks and furniture. Since this marked the start of real preparations for the Culture Festival, the newspaper club needed to go around and take more footage of the rest of the school. We'd been on our feet all afternoon. I didn't have time for this right now.
うっとうしいな。
Uttoshina.
だな。
Ito whispered as he saw the group glancing at us from a corner of the classroom.
マジ？必死すぎじゃん。
マジか？ありえない。
つーか何？ニコニヤにアップなんかしてんの？あいつら。
なんじゃこりゃ。that says 男子生徒。
パクるとかどんだけだよ。
What?
クリじゃない。
What? Damn those wrong-siders. Didn't they look at the timestamp?
てか、みんな思った以上にニコニヤ見てんだな。
Oh, okay. So they think someone probably said in like the comments for the Nico Nia video that they'd copied the content from someone else's channel. And everyone just decided that was true.
うちのクラスの出し物、ゲロカエルン喫茶だろ。
Ghetto Gaeru. Yeah! Ugly frogs!
おう。
ゲロカエルンの再ブームの火付けになった動画、例の記者の渡部が特集したのがきっかけなんだよ。
So a lot of them knew who Watabe was.
それでかよ。
He spread misinformation? That sucks. Ito sighed again. He was probably getting sick of the glances and whispers he'd been getting since lunchtime. So was I. Gah!
宮代。
What is it, Kawahara Masashi? Okay, so you got River. That looks like original, but it probably isn't. Damn. But this, boss, right? Is it boss? It's director.
何ですか？
Nanska. The look on Kawahara-kun's face said, I have better things to do than waste time with you right now.
文化祭の記録映像、どのくらい進んでる？
What the hell? Oh! Is that a sticker? I wasn't expecting that. No one ever uses that. Thank you for the head pads via the sticker. Whew. So that's all you wanted to talk about?
ですねえ、その
Miyashiro is currently being very relatable. It popped up? Yeah. I'm glad. How am I supposed to answer that? Wait, what did he say again? How far are you with the footage of the preparation for the culture festival? Okay. We're just recording video, so there's really no clear point when it'll be finished. And please stop looking at me like that.
なんだよ。どのくらいだ？
Please.
いや、その
I'm just a little guy. Leave me alone. Why are you bullying me? Don't tease
順調に
me.
撮ってるよ。どうかしたのか？
文化祭の閉会式の時、バックに流したらいい演出になるんじゃないかっていう案が出た。できそうか？
Someone die already. Someone die. Ito put his hand on my shoulder.
大丈夫だよな。
おお、多分
だと。
Yeah, that's it.
細かい打ち合わせは明日するから。
Bye, bitch. Huh?
ちょっと待ってください。
Huh? I found myself speaking to Kawahara-kun as he turned to leave. I don't have time for...
なんだ？
No,
なんでもないです。
Kawahara-kun looked irritated that I'd stopped him.
行こう、クルス。クルス？
大丈夫? Okay. Kurusu seemed to be thinking about something. It wasn't clear if she'd heard him or not. She then suddenly looked at me.
タクル。
なんだよ。
For once, Kurusu seemed uncertain about what to say. Come to think of it, this was the first time I talked to her since the incident with Arimura-san.
ちょっと来て。
I wonder what she got to say to him. She dragged me out to the corner of an empty hallway. I shook her hand off my arm.
何どうしたんだよ。
あれから
Kurusu cradled the hands I'd shaken off
有村さん
protectively.
と会った？
あれからって生徒会室で会ってからってこと？
She nodded.
会ってないよ。
That wasn't a lie. I hadn't spoken to her directly after all.
そう。
What?
有村さんがどうかしたのか？
Oh? The music stopped. Kurusu remained silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. Like this? And then...
事件の動画アップしたでしょ。すぐに削除しなさい。
Had she been checking our page?
事件を追うのもやめなさい。ラブホテルの一件で懲りたでしょ。
No, he has a desire to be the main character.
確かに警察には連れて行かれたけど、別に
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
Huh? There was something different about the way she was talking. Her whole personality was different than usual. It wasn't as forceful. Okay. She was lecturing me, but instead of looking me in the eye, she was cradling her arm. It was as if she was speaking to herself, not to me. For the first time since I left the orphanage, I thought I might be able to win an argument with her.
危ないことはしてない。新しくアップした動画だって普通の取材の範囲だったろ。今あの動画はいろいろあって注目されてる。僕はそれに書き込むことしかできない他の連中とは違う。
Ah. Once again, thinking he is the main character. Oops. Okay.
またそんなこと。子供じゃないんだから。
部室に行く。教室に戻るんなら伊藤に先に行ってるって伝えておいて。
I turned around without waiting for her answer. When I had gotten a good distance away, she said,
タクル、あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
You're just a boy. You're just a little guy. Her voice wasn't as strong as usual, but there was no trace of anything like kindness in it either. I didn't stop walking. A minute later, Ito ran up to me and we walked to the clubroom together. Ito asked me if something had happened, but I told him that wasn't the case.
あ、やっと来た。二人とも遅いよ。
悪い。どうなってる？
さっきもう10万超えちゃったよ。コメントは5000超え。
Huh?
マジで？
Maji! Ito raced over to the PC that Sarika was looking at.
マジじゃねえか。おい、見えしろ。
落ち着けよ。10万くらいどうってことないじゃないか。
God, I would be thrilled if one of my videos got 100,000 views. And also scared.
震えてんじゃねえか。
Shut up!
本当だ。
うっせえ!
超えてる。
Yesterday, the video had only had 5 views, but now it had over 100,000. Actually, it was getting close to 110,000.
マジでか。
The cause was obvious. It was the Nico Nia news video that had been uploaded this... Whoops! It was the Nico Nia news video that had been updated this morning.
渡部の記事のコメントは？
さっき見た感じじゃ炎上してる雰囲気だったけど。
Oh, they added some new tags. Shibuya, creepy, return of the new generation madness, new generation, chaos child syndrome. There was a big flame war going on? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's look at some comments. 2,341 comments on today's news with Watabe Tomoaki. To tell the truth, I'm really excited about this update. I haven't been this fired up as a journalist in a long time. Today I'm bringing you, my dear fans, an investigation into Shiria's sumo stickers. And what's more, I know something you don't. Some of the stickers have something in common. I know you're going to love today's news. To read the latest update of today's news with Tomoaki Watabe, just click here. You won't regret it. Meso, Watabe is such a shitlord. Young men. So Watabe is stealing other people's blink. Whoa! It's Melody time? Is it? Oh my god. Is it really happening? Is it my time? Yeah! Woo! I'm so pumped. Hey, Myth! Setsuna. Why is he too lazy to go out and do blank? Arigatou gozaimasu! Healer says Watabe must die. Really? That's a little rude. Chaos. Don't let him get you down, Watabe. Taichiro. Milady. Milady. Oh! Thank you for the follow. It's my time. I always knew he'd do something like this someday. None of them have profile pictures, too. Meso, Watabe's a miscreant. Meso, Watabe die. Meso, Watabe can suck my dick. Meso, Watabe die. That dude is just spamming. When Maloney was there? Anime channel. Fast-paced browser RPG Cacao Night. What is that? Cacao Night? What is that? What is that supposed to be referencing? Serika opened the page, which we just read.
やっぱり今もだね。
One out of every 3 or 4 comments on the article was criticizing it. I took a quick look at them.
気取り屋がほとんどだな。ツイートと連動してるから、ろくに中身を確かめずに書き込んでる連中が湧いてるのか。
He said most of them were fakers? What does he mean by that? Let's look at the tips. A term repurposed by Miyashiro refers to someone who brags about knowing information easily available with a simple internet search, who writes comments with inaccurate information and pretends to be a right-sider. In Miyashiro's mind, their words are no different than meaningless scribbles, and he considers all fakers to be wrong-siders. I love Miyashiro. He's so up his own ass. It was this morning when we realized that something was going on with the view count on the video we uploaded. After Shibuya News had linked to it, the views had gone up to almost 10,000 overnight. That in itself was a big deal. It was getting views faster than any video in the club's history. But this was to be expected. Kei-san had a lot of followers. After the broadcast had ended around midnight, Ito, Serika, and I had gotten excited and quickly got in touch on our smartphones. We'd stayed up until close to dawn watching the number go up. I love watching the number go up too. I love it. I love number up. +1? +1? Thrilling. But just before noon, it had really started to climb. I would have been looking at those views too. It's like when I have YouTube channel analytics open, and I just wait to see if I get a +1 subscriber. Yeah, it's fun. Thank you for the +1. Just as we decided to see where these new viewers were coming from, we noticed a comment on the video saying, "I came from Watabe's article." +1? This was the article they were referring to. Nikoniya's web reporter, Watabe, had figured out that the sumo stickers were being placed near the crime scenes, and he had a never-before-seen photo of the room at the Love Hotel from the revolving dead incident. And in that photo... I was the first one to find it. Poor dude. Poor Miyashiro. Watabe had realized that the photo contained a sumo sticker, and that the other crime scenes had sumo stickers nearby as well. He'd written up his findings in an article and published it. And as a result, people had come over to our video that discussed the same topic.
10万って新記録だろ。副部長の渋谷復興動画の5万が今までの最高記録だもんな。
Yeah, that's true, but...
素直にこの記事のインパクトってわけじゃないだろう。どっちかっていうと、渡部がパクったって騒いでる奴らが多いってだけで。
Oh, that's not the... I thought that they were thinking that he ripped Watabe off. But is the opposite?
バカ、それでも10万は10万だろ。しかもこの短時間にコメントだってめちゃめちゃ来てんだぞ。
まあ、そうだけどさ。
Still, it was hard for me to be happy. The reason we were getting so many views and comments was because the contents of Watabe's article were so similar to ours. Not many viewers seemed to think that we were amateurs who just happened to put something together similar to Nico Niai News. A lot of people were enjoying the scandal of Watabe, the up-and-coming reporter, plagiarizing an amateur video. It was true that we'd uploaded our video before Watabe. That was obvious from the timestamps. Well, some of our classmates seemed to think that we had ripped off Watabe, though. Oh, yes, it was both, huh?
まるっきり炎上マーケティングみたいだ。この渡部の記事がだよ。渡部が本当に記事をパクったかどうかはわからないけど。
いや、それはないだろう。素人のやつをパクった炎上を利用するってネットの記者とはいえありえないだろう。
I would hope so. But H-Bomber guy video? Insert. Well, maybe.
それに炎上なんかで騒ぎを集めなくても渡部は十分知名度あるだろう。しかも俺らの動画アップしたの一昨日だろ。再生数もほとんどなかったし、渋谷ニュースで再生数伸びたって言っても今朝の話だ。
How do you say 2 days in Japanese again? Futsuka? Futsuka? Numbers are really different in Japanese. It takes a lot of deliberate memorization.
この記事なんて明らかにそこから用意したものじゃねえだろ。
That was true too, but something still bothered me. There were several conditions that had to be met for a flame war to really take off. Two of the biggest were that a famous person had to be the target, and that the mainstream media had to get involved. Oh, Miyashiro probably thinks that this flame war or whatever is being manufactured. AstroTurfed. And we've already heard that someone has been astroturfing, so it's possible. LOD's nuts? Hola. Just having our video picked up by Shibuya News was a first for us. What were the odds that the perfect fodder for an epic flame war would get posted at the exact same time?
考えたって仕方ないだろう。せっかくなんだ。
Ito said as he watched me mumble to myself.
見てくれた人のコメントから情報を漁ろうぜ。ほら、力士シールのこと書き込んでくれてるやつもいる。
How y'all doing? Doing pretty good. I'm getting a little impatient though. I'm waiting for something scary to happen again. I can't wait to get scared.
おい、宮代、チャンスなんだろ。
Ito seemed unable to contain his excitement. Actually...
やけに元気だな、お前。
は？そうか？
しんちゃんが前に作った動画100いかなかったもんね。
I really need to fix the chat point stuff. Because it's the Twitch account announcing the points, but then the YouTube account talking about the points balance. Oop. Sorry, microphone fell. Okay. Ito's face suddenly went red.
別にそれは関係ねえよ。
Was that why?
見るなよ。ほら、文化祭の映像撮んのに時間取られたんだから、とっととやるぞ。和樹。
Well, they're on the computer, so Kazuki can possibly be gaming right now. I feel bad for her. Just let her game. No choices being made. We're going neutral! Kazuki looked up from her game. She'd been totally ignoring all of this. Oh, she's still gaming.
渡部の記事の画像、適当にプリントアウトしてくれ。
Are they on... They're probably on a laptop. She's on the desktop. Ito took them and stood in front of the board. He started to put them up. Instantaneous printing? God damn! His face was still red. He glared at the images as he looked for a spot to put them.
ほら、早く動画を確認しろよ。
Well, whatever. If he thinks he's fooling me like that, then I'll let him think that. I still felt sick.
サムネイルは飛ばしてくれ。
オッケー。私も嫌だもん。
She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through just the comments.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよ。こっちの方が本当に早いの。マスゴミ被害者はこちらです。
そこら辺の議論はどうでもいいな。シールで検索かけてくれ。
オッケー。
Are they searching for any possibility that this is artificial?
ろくな情報がないな。
One guy was calling it the fatso sticker. Another was saying sumo sticker is my waifu. Most of the comments were talking about Watabe's article, not the content of the video. It had turned into a full-scale war over the honor of Niconia News. Sedika must have been getting annoyed with it too, because she started to use her free hand to play with her ghetto froggy sticker strap. But a moment later, her hand froze.
あ、これは？
力士シールの作者なんて KLX だろ。
I'd be lurking, learning some bot things. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope the learning process is smooth. I'm still not done setting up streamer bots, so. The sumo stickers were made by Kalex, the wrong sider. You're the wrong sider, moron. Sure, there was a theory on the internet that an artist named Kalex was behind the stickers, but no one had ever found any proof. They'd probably just read the title or the first few lines of an article somewhere that said Kalex was the artist who created the stickers, and never gave it any more thought.
このアドレスは?
There was a URL among the comments that was pasted with no explanation whatsoever. Don't click it. Don't click the link. Don't click the random link.
飛んでみる？
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Yeah, don't do that. I took a look at the letters in the address.
単にアマブロのアドレスだよな。
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's safe. It could easily have like gore on it. I wasn't sure, but it didn't look like a very dangerous page.
オッケー。
Okay. Oh, it's the Sumo Sticker Hunter! It's our favorite blog! Oh my god. I love this blog. It's got 85 comments now. It only had like 10 last time we saw it. A moment later, I was staring at a page with an ugly, garish background. I looked away from the sumo sticker that was its hit counter.
なんだここ。
Come on, dude. You never heard of our urban legend lover who loves to relax by searching for sumo stickers? You seem like kind of a wrong sider, Miyashiro. Maybe a faker?
うー
Sedika clicked through the links on the page.
歴史シールを特集してるページみたいだね。
Oh, really? You couldn't tell? By the background? By the name? It's our favorite blogger, Honda! It must have been a lot of work to get all these. Yeah! A sumo sticker photograph in Shibuya. Date taken October 1st, 2014. It's our favorite stickers! Was this from before the earthquake? Sedika must have still been bothered by the stickers because before she said anything, she scrolled down to the text-only part of the page.
このシールの目は滅びを予見し、これを未然に防ぐためのもの。2015年の人類滅亡の予言は被害はあったものの、これによって守られた。
The sumo sticker is Kami-sama.
2015年の人類滅亡の予言？エジプト歴の人類滅亡説か。
What is this specific conspiracy theory? The theory that humanity will be wiped out on September 23rd, 2015. The theory was proposed by an Egyptologist who stated that the Temple of Isis, an important ancient Egyptian religious site, depicted 1,465 gods, as well as an ancient legend that stated that if the temple is sealed, every autumn equinox, one of the gods within will lose their power. When the last god loses his power, the world will be drowned in water. The temple was sealed in 550 CE, which meant that on the fall of equinox of 2015, i.e. September 23rd, 2015, the last god would lose his power and the world would be drowned. Okay.
よく知ってるね。
常識だよ。
I read further down the page and saw that he considered the crash of 15 to be part of the prophecy and said that the stickers had saved humanity.
色使いといい。ちょっと来てるな、ここの管理人は。
How dare you? You're one to talk, Miyashiro Takuru. A teenager investigating serial killings? A teenager who snuck into a crime scene? Looks like the pot is calling the kettle black.
そういえば渋谷ってクラッシュの時あまり大きな騒ぎにならなかったよね。歴史シールって太陽嵐を軽減する効果でもあるのかな。
The solar storm of 2015 in this game, it's just when the sun was exploding. Idiot, why would you believe that?
渋谷の被害が少なかったのは単に復興計画で街が整備されていたおかげだよ。これは単なる結界説。
I don't get it. What do you mean?
結界説？
Yeah, tell me what the Gekkai Setsu is. How could she forget that? A long time ago, we spent a lot of time looking into this.
相撲の発祥が神事であったことから、相撲を行う力士をモデルとした力士シールに宗教的な意味を持たせてあちこちに貼ることによって結界を築いているんだっていう説だよ。
宗教的な意味って？
Crap, I don't know.
とにかく結界説はナンセンスなんだ。力士シールって呼ばれてるけど、力士をモデルにし。
ふーん。
Good. I guess I fooled her. I made her think that I knew what I was talking about.
タク、これは？
なんだ？知ってるぞ。
知ってるの？作者。
え？
This, Sedika said as she pointed to a page about the creator of the sumo stickers. Oh my god, we get a new web page to look at. Look at this blog page. Okay. Who made the sumo stickers? October 2nd, 2015. Posted at 11:29 a.m. New tag sumo stickers. As I said in my last entry, I'm going to go into more detail about the sumo stickers. First, I'd like to answer a question that's on the minds of everyone who visits here. Who made the sumo stickers? Many people seem to get this wrong, but the creator of the sumo stickers is not, in fact, Kalex. There is no proof that he, or perhaps she, or perhaps they, or perhaps it's, is the creator of the stickers. This is Kalex's homepage. http://www.k*lex.com. There are several images in the gallery that are similar to the sumo stickers, but none of the sumo stickers themselves. As an artist, Kalex has put a focus on symmetry in order to achieve eerie effects in many of their illustrations. Of course, that explains why they're similar to the sumo stickers. It's likely that a careless remark by someone who doesn't know the truth of the sumo stickers was the source of the rumor that Kalex created them. But if it wasn't Kalex, who did create them? I know who! In fact, I've made contact with them. As I've said before, the sumo stickers represent God himself. Kami-sama. The person who created them is a prophet who heard the will of Kami-sama desu. History tells us that every prophet is mistreated in their own time. The prophet suffers even now. They were sacrificed to the rest of humanity in order to build the barrier. I won't say their name here, but the creator is located within AH Tokyo General Hospital. The end.
いや、勘違いだ。進めてくれ。
OK。
That background was using the nastiest colors I'd ever seen. My eyes were starting to hurt. It's just black and red. Why is he being so mean? This is just a regular blog. What's this?
巷で言われているように、歴史シールの作者は KLEX ではない。
Between this and the sheer number of sumo sticker photos, it was clear that the page's author was a little crazy, but had done their homework. Once again, Miyashiro Takuru?
Thisシールの作者は結界を築くために人類の犠牲になったんだ。
Nope. Maybe more than a little crazy. They were totally nuts. I hadn't read a page like this in a while. Shut up! Okay? This is our favorite blog. Don't disrespect the blogger like that.
その犠牲となった尊敬すべき作者は
Using the word crazy as an insult? It's a compliment, actually. I stopped scrolling down the page.
これ
What? Her voice was shaking a little as she pointed at the screen.
AH 総合病院にその身を置いている。
Oh? Oh, there must be sumo stickers in the hospital! In a hospital room. Come on. I knew what she was trying to say. I could see Serika's shock out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't take my eyes off the words AH Tokyo General Hospital. Oh, there's no image? Okay. They're just reacting to the text. That was the hospital. That was the hospital I'd snuck into with Serika in elementary school. The one I saw in my dreams all the time. The one where I had a dream where a child about my age, pink hair, was being tortured.
おい、宮代。
What?
宮代って。
What? What is it? Speak! What? Husky stuck her face in front of the display from the side and pointed toward Ito.
なんだよ。
やべえぞ。
What?
これ。
Ito was staring at the board as he whispered. Then he walked straight up to it.
やっぱり。おい、これ見てみろって。
What has he found out? You can't find things out before I do. That's impossible. He pointed toward the pictures that were stuck up on the board. What?
どうしたんだよ。
What? What the fuck? Okay, look. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it makes a pentagram. I tried to hide my shock at what I'd just seen, but my voice was quivering. But Ito was completely ignoring me. He ripped off a few of the pictures. What? Nanska! And stuck them back up. The huge number of sumo stickers, and then the long distance shots of the ones found at the crime scenes?
ここ見てみろ。
What? I could tell that Ito and Serika turned to look at me when I laughed. I thought back to the conversation I just had with Kurusu. Something terrible might happen? Well, I'll keep going anyway. I'll probably keep going all the way. Because I'm not just an ordinary teenage boy. I'm not just another happy little boy. I'm Miyashiro Takuru. October 7th, 2015, Wednesday. Okay. How long has it been? It's only been 2 hours. Okay. I gotta mark my place. Okay. 2:12. Okay, let's continue. 8:00 p.m. Tomigaya, Shibuya. Aoba Clinic. Aoba. It's a nice name. A 2-minute walk from Yoyogi Park Station. This private clinic, 20 minutes away from the heart of Shibuya, was loved by the locals for its homey, comfortable atmosphere. The clinic offered internal and pediatric medical services. It had no facilities to allow someone to stay overnight. The wait was 10 minutes at worst. Some days it was more common to find the director's drinking buddies there telling bawdy jokes than it was to find patients. The only full-time doctor was the clinic's director. He had 2 nurses. The only times it ever got busy were during flu shot season and when the director's neighborhood baseball team had its annual tournament.
おかしいな。ここにねえってことは。
The clinic's second floor. This floor, with its living room, kitchen, and bath, and the third floor with the rooms for the children, formed the group home known as Aoba Dormitory. There was no sign identifying it outside, so if you just walked by the building, you'd have no way of knowing that the upper floors were an orphanage.
ここにもね。おい、ノノ。
もうちょっとだから。
ちげえよ。薬がどこ行ったかって。
Sakuma Wataru, the director of the Aoba Clinic and Aoba Dormitory, looked at the dinner lined up at the table and froze. Boiled vegetables, white fish with plum, tofu hamburg steak, natto, rolled omelet with shiso leaves. The oldest girl in the dorm had been in charge of cooking ever since she came here when she was in 6th grade. Every year, she started cooking more and more like an old woman.
お前な、おばあちゃんじゃねえんだから、肉とかよ。
You cooking yourself,
腹回
bitch?
りの贅肉を減らしてから言ってちょうだい。嫌ですからね。老後に高血圧治療の面倒見るの。
I don't like your fat phobia, bitch. I'll cut you. Shut the fuck up.
食べ盛りもいるってのね。ああ、しょ。
High blood pressure doesn't necessarily correlate with weight. Sakuma pressed his hands up against his temples and rubbed them. Also, cook your own food. She's a teenager.
ロキないか見当たらねえんだよ。
Luxaprofen?
何頭痛？
ああ、
Tutu?
確か。ってちょっと待って。もしかして二日酔い？
That's a cute outfit. Sakuma moaned a little. Kurusu smiled gently at him, still holding the kitchen knife.
父さん、そもそも課長で医者であるあなたが病院の仕事手伝ってるとはいえ、見習い看護師以下で娘である私に薬の場所を聞くのも問題ですけど。
What? Just asking where some medicine is, dude. That's an overreaction for real.
よりによって二日酔いですって？昨日の夜、残った事務仕事を私が片付けてる時に晩酌してたの？
Why is he having you do paperwork? This relationship is whack.
いや、仕事は俺だってしてたぞ。
じゃあ仕事中に飲んでたってことね。そんな酔っ払いに出せる薬はありません。あと1週間禁酒にしますから。
Yeah, this is a weird relationship.
はあ、おい、のの冗談だろ。
Dude, what power does she have over you? She's a teenage girl. Why would you encourage such an incestuous relationship? I do not approve.
二人とも呼んできて。ごちそうさま。美味しかった。
Aww.
ごちそうさま。はい、おそ松様。
How cute.
お茶
Aww.
入れるね。ゆう、手伝って。
Her little brother nodded, and together they took the plates the four of them had been eating onto the kitchen. It was their job to clean up. Oh, whoops. Tachibana Yui and Tachibana Yuto were brother and sister. They were the only two siblings at the Aoba dorm who were actually related by blood, and the rest of the neighborhood thought it was cute how they were always together. The Shibuya earthquake had occurred when Yui was in 2nd grade and Yuto was only 6 and hadn't started school. After the earthquake, the two of them had come to Aoba dorm. The two of them had been depressed for a long time between the shock of losing their parents and their experiences in the earthquake's aftermath. Now they made it to the 2nd year of middle school for Yui and the last year of elementary school for Yuto.
のの、明日の夕飯は先に食べてていいぞ。
During the meal, Sakuma had complained about Nono's ban on his drinking, but Yui had told him he'd brought it on himself. He had spent the rest of dinner muttering to himself, but by now he'd calmed down a little. What? You're a grown man.
最近バタついてるからよ。
The dynamics are just all off. The vibes are bad.
嫌です。温め直すのめんどくさいもの。それに。
Oh, thank you for the lurk, Miss Catatonic. I had no pad covering the stream chat. Thank you.
バラバラに食事するのって好きじゃないの。できるだけ家族揃って食べたい。でもバタついてるってどうしたの？
Susu checked the clock as she spoke. It was almost 9. Alba Clinic closed at 6:30 p.m. and it was often after 7 p.m. by the time Sakuma finished his paperwork and came up the stairs. Kurusu would have dinner ready around that time. But it was true that lately he'd been coming up later and later. Sakuma shrugged and said he wasn't sure why exactly, but...
大学の後輩が渋谷でやってる医院もそうだし、ここらのでっけえ病院、代々木の AH 東京総合病院とかよ。最近忙しいらしいんだよ。のの？
No.
あ、ごめん。それで？
ま、復興祭が近えから浮かれて怪我するやつが増えてるんじゃねえかとか、 それに合わせて例の症候群をもう一度見直す動きがあるとか
Chaos
いろい
trial
ろ言われてん
syndrome.
だけどよ。
見直すって6年経って今さら？
わかりやすく復興して治ってんのは街の外観だ。ここはそう簡単に治らねえからな。
Sakuma patted himself on the chest.
うちの患者は別に普段と変わらねえんだけどよ。その後輩やら知り合いやらからなんだかんだと頼まれるのが多くなってんだよ。
As her father rotated his shoulders to stretch them, Nono told him he was doing a good job. He normally looked like a goofball, but Kurusu knew that he was reliable when it counted. Alba Clinic was far enough from Shibuya that it hadn't been damaged during the earthquake, and so it had remained open. She had heard that Sakuma had taken in patients with minor wounds, a field that was outside his specialty, and treated them. When she helped at the clinic's front desk, the patients would often tell her grateful tales about what he'd done then.
どうしたのこの梨？
パーラー西野で安売りしてたの。いただきまーす。
Yui and Yuto had come back from the kitchen with tea and a sliced pear. She stuck a toothpick in a slice as she spoke. The both of you gonna share a pear? Isn't that a little small to be sharing? They're like second-rate apples. You wouldn't necessarily cut up an apple and share it with another person, right?
甘くておいしい。ああ、ゆいポン酢買っといてくれた？今日そこねでしょ？
うん、お一人様1個までだったからユウ連れて2個ゲットしてきた。あ、そうだ、いつものスーパータイムセールの時間変わるって。
嘘
？1時間遅くなるんだって。
ああ、困るな。夕ご飯の買い物どうしようかな。
あと風呂場の洗剤切れそうだったよ。あの白のパッケージの。
それは週末のセールを待ってる。
どこの？
青木薬局。
クーポンあるよ。
ほんと？助かる。
Got a coupon?
そうだ、ベランダ見た？洗濯物干す方の角のとこ。
え？何？
苔生えてるの、びっしり。
There's mold? No!
それが？
なんとかしないと、そのうち赤ダニが湧くの。
What are red mites?
やだ。
What are mites?
私
What
だ
are
って
red
嫌
mites?
です。というか、私が一番嫌。
What is it, dude?
何？さっきから。喉痛？
風邪？ちょっとありえないんですけど、お医者さんでしょ？
You think that doctors are like superheroes? I think they would be more prone to getting sick.
看病するの私たちなんですからね。ただでさえ寝汗が多くて洗濯が大変だって言うのに。
What?
少しは痩せてよ。
Nope, I'm skipping that. Sakuma slammed his teacup down on the desk. He'd reached the limits of his patience.
のの、ゆい、話がある。ちょっと座れ。
座ってんじゃん。
あのな、お前ら。
Sakuma pressed down his temples again as he wondered where to begin. It felt like his headache was getting worse. But in the end, he couldn't come up with any ideas except to say it directly.
もう少し高校生と中学生らしくできねえのか。
Dude, it's your fault. It's your fault that they're acting like this. You should really be asking yourself what went wrong.
は？
The two of them looked at him as if they didn't know what he was talking about.
のの、お前趣味なんだ？
何急に？
いいからよ、趣味は？
部屋の掃除。
What? What? I don't even think that'd be an adult's hobby.
ゆいは？
セールのチラシ集め。
What? Why do they look like this? These children are fucked up. The two of them kept eating their pear slices, unsure of what he was getting at. Sharing a pear, too, a single pear. That pear better be humongous. And then they continue their conversation, saying, what's his problem? It must be terrible getting old.
座れ。座りなさい。
座ってるって。
お前ら何歳のうちから初対じみてんだ。セールがどうの、食費がどうの。学生の会話が。
Saying that your hobby is cleaning your room?
家のことは任せるって言ったのは父さんでしょ?
Kurusu ran the Alba dorm's budget, and Yui helped her. What?
もっと遊べっつってんだ。ライブ行ったり、服買ったりよ。
I pity these children.
別にいいよ。ネットで聞けるもん。
言われなくても服はフリマとかで買ってます。いいのないときは自分で作っちゃうもの。
You do what?
ちゃんとしすぎなんだよ。なあ、好きのない女はモテねえぞ。
What?
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味ありません。あとのの姉は中等部じゃアイドルだから。
そうなの?
Of course, Yui nodded. Yui went to Hekiho Academy's middle school, which was located close to the academy itself. The high school and middle school did a lot of activities together, and Kurusu had gone to the latter before as part of her student council president job. Kurusu
こっち
chuckled.
じゃどっちかっていうと怖がられてるんだけどね。
彼氏の一人もいねえのか。お前の浮いた話聞いたことないぞ。
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味ありません。
そっちも男子ってそうなの？
年頃の男子なんて何歳でも一緒でしょ。
Kurusu sipped her tea with a smirk.
ブラコンめ。
And then she spat it out like she'd been struck with a bullet.
ののね、大丈夫？ティッシュ。
Kurusu coughed as she took the tissue from Yui, then wiped down the desk. I gotta say, this scene is incredibly boring.
変なこと言わないでちょうだい。
Her face was bright red as she yelled at Sakuma. Just... It is so boring.
お前はタクルに構いすぎなんだよ。そんなんだと他の男が寄ってこないぞ。
そんなことないです。いや、寄ってきてるって意味じゃなくて。
Can we please move on? Kurusu waved her hand, annoyed.
とにかく、
Oh! Music stopped. Finally, we're getting somewhere.
ののね。
Kurusu threw the tissue in the garbage can without answering.
言うとはこないだユイが言ってただろう。ほら、同じクラスの今野さんだがなんだか。
違うよ。いや、違わないけど。
Now is Yuto's turn to turn red.
そうだ、それ、どうなったの？やっぱりラブレターだったんでしょ？
Oh no. It's still boring. I thought we were getting somewhere.
隠し事はなしでしょ？どうなの？
Yuto shrank back into his chair, his tiny body becoming even smaller. Then he nodded. Yui leaned forward, excited.
徳田くんにバレて、それで。
Oh! Wow! A subscription? Oh my god, look at my model. Thank you! That's so surprising! Oh, what? Hey, sit down. Thank you! Why does it say that's not the right? It didn't update. Let me force it to update. On. Okay, we're on. What screen is this? Game. Okay. Nope, it's it does not say. It's not the right thing. I had to do something to make the scene more exciting. I know, right? This is the most boring thing. I'm willing to bet that if I had just been playing this game on my own, I would have skipped through most of this. I would have just been like, enter, 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 enter. It's like, wow. Okay. Maybe he's getting bullied. Maybe that's the point of the scene, to learn that Yui's getting bullied. Yui's expression switched from jovial to serious.
Nani? Karakareta?
Come on, dude. Please, make this scene more exciting. After a short pause, Yuto nodded.
ユウ、ダメだよ。嫌なものは嫌って言わないと。そういうのに慣れたら気づかないうちに曲がってくんだから。
Those are words to live by. Really good advice here. But also, you know, forcing him to speak on something he's uncomfortable with. I mean, you'll learn later on that you can't force someone to do what you want. You need to just let him know that you're here. But it's his life.
うん。でも、もしまたいじめられたりしたら、姉ちゃんにいいな。やり返してやるから。
You gonna beat him up? Oh yeah.
ゆい、女の子がそういうこと言わないの。
No, no. Are you sexist? Why are you... What the hell kind of values are those, dude?
お前が言うか。
どういう意味?
There were 2 rules in Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. Ah, that's bullshit. No. No wonder this relationship between the family members is so weird. That is not... People should be allowed to keep things to themselves. When Sakuma decided to open an orphanage after the earthquake, he first picked the name Aoba Dorm, and the second thing he decided were those rules. The 4 of them talked until around 10 p.m. when Yuto started to yawn. Telling each other about their daily lives was how they kept themselves grounded. Oh my god. Oh my god. The scene changed. Come on. Kurusu entered the empty room, knowing there wouldn't be an answer. Oh, this must be Takura's room. She started by wiping down the desk, and then moved on to do the rest of the cleaning the same way she always did. Nothing had changed in the room since Miyashiro had left. He has so many books in here? So many. It's a lot. It was still filled with books, papers, and DVDs. Home was the place where Kurusu felt the most calm and relaxed. It was where she could be herself and be with her family. Her favorite time of the day was after dinner. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable at Hekiho, but her personality was such that she always felt like she had to put her job first. And she liked the role she had at home with her family more than she liked the role she had in the outside world. As she cleaned the bookshelves, she saw a scrapbook. She'd seen it many times before, but she put it on the desk and started to flip through the pages. The book was filled with information on urban legends and crimes that had taken place in Shibuya, and on the last page was a collection of magazine and newspaper articles. The magazine article was dated about 6 months ago, just before Miyashiro had left home. And the newspaper article was from 6 years ago. It was about the Shibuya earthquake. This was why Miyashiro had left home and gone to live in Miyashita Park.
日付が6年前の事件とぴったり一致してるんだ。事件も自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく猟奇的という点で同じ。
Wow, I didn't like that effect. Why did they do that like that? It sounds so bad. And also, rare shot of Miyashiro. We don't usually get to look at him.
あなた殺されますよ、宮代拓先輩。
Something might be coming for him. Or maybe Takeru was getting involved in something. As his older sister, she had to protect her little brother. But
私は
can I face what happened 6 years ago? There was a knock at the door. She tried to take a few deep breaths to calm herself before she spoke.
誰？
俺だ。入るぞ。何泣きそうな顔してんだ？
え？
She quickly put her hand up to her face. She wasn't crying. She took a quick breath to help her focus.
どうしたの？
What's wrong is these two scenes have been extremely boring and excruciating to get through.
飯ん時、ちょっと変だったろ、お前。
She's always acting a little weird, to be honest. She's got weird values. Takuma looks at the scrapbook on the desk.
やっぱあいつがまたなんかやらかし。
His voice was a father's. Kurusu put the scrapbook back on the shelf.
うん。あ、いや、またやらかしそうというか。
相変わらずだな。ラブホテルで警察にお世話になった後、お前ちゃんと止めたんだろ？
うん。
Kurusu nodded, remembering what had happened in the hallway that day.
それでも、なんかやめそうになくて。
珍しいな。あいつがお前に逆らうなんて。
That's because I didn't really...
なんだ？どうしたんだ？
Takuma sensed that something was wrong with Kurusu and sat down on the bed. He motioned for her to speak.
父さん、あの子って。
Oh my god. I am...
ほら、
okay.
長期昏睡から目覚めて、リハビリ始めた時は全然心を開いてなかったでしょ？
He was in a coma?
それを言ったら、ユイとユウともそうだろう。言っとくけど、お前もそうだ。
私の話はいいから。
ああ、前のこと覚えてねえな。だいたいそんなのちゃんとしたきっかけなんかあんのか。
But he crossed his arms and seemed to be trying to remember the past. Soon after.
いつ馴染んだかなんてわかんねえけど、初めて一緒に夕飯食った日は覚えてるわ。
あ。
Kurusu realized that she remembered too. Even after he started his physical therapy and learned to walk again, for a while he kept eating dinner alone in his room. In this room. Sakuma had told him that everything was Sakuma had told him that everyone was supposed to meet and talk after dinner, but he'd used his poor health as an excuse to stay in his room.
私も覚えてる。そういえば、あれってなんでだったの？
ああ、多分な。お前の単価だよ。
え？
あいつのリハビリ手伝ってたろ。家族なんだから私が面倒を見るっつって。
うん。
Miyashiro had refused, but she told him there was no reason for him to be embarrassed now. She had been in charge of cleaning his catheter when he was in a coma after all. What? Why? Why you? You're same age. I mean, you're about the same age. Why wasn't the doctor doing that or the nurse?
そっから前にも増してつきっきりで。昔からだ。お前のブラコンぶりは。
だから違うって言ってるでしょ。
んで、 あいつが問題なく日常生活できるようになって、そろそろ学校も大丈夫じゃないかってお前が。
Kurisa tried to think, but she couldn't remember herself saying anything special. And that would describe these two scenes.
小学生の時
Oh my god, I don't want to
もし
listen
あ
to
の
that.
子をいじめるやつがいたら私がやりか嘘でしょ
Okay, let me just read that. I guess he didn't go to school a lot before, but I'll make it so he can. If anyone tries to bully him, I'll get them back. She didn't remember that at all.
本当だよ。さっきユイも言ってたじゃないか。明らかに昔のお前の影響だ。今以上にとんがってたからな。それをあいつは部屋の外で聞いてたんだよ。その日の夕飯からだ。あいつが一緒に食べるようになったのが。まあ結局あいつはあまり学校には行かなかったけどな。それでも保健室登校で卒業できたのはお前のしごきの成果だろ
Come on. Whoops. As she listened to Sakuma's words, she could feel the terror that had been building inside her start to fade away. Instead, she felt a mixture of confidence, nostalgia, and joy.
そんなこと私言ったかな
ののね
Oh my god. When is this gonna end?
何してんの？
う。そっちこそ二人でどうした？
ユウのトイレ。そしたら声が聞こえたから。
そう
She smiled a little at Yuto's embarrassment. He couldn't go to the bathroom on his own at night. He'd always been shy and spent most of his time clinging to Yui, but the earthquake had given him mild scotophobia too. Is that fear of darkness? No. What is that? The fear of the dark. Personally, I have many phobias. Agoraphobia, fear of stairs, emetophobia, fear of vomiting.
ねえ二人はタクルに帰ってきてほしい？
当たり前じゃん。家族だもん。っていうか、タクル兄の掃除当番全部肩代わりしてるの私とユウだから、早く返してもらう。
あと買い出し当番も。
ああ、それもだ。忘れてた。
Oh. I would love to move on. Kurisa laughed and looked around her missing brother's room at her family. There was no changing what happened 6 years ago now.
ユイユウトをいじめるやつがいたらやり返してやりなさい。
もちろん。
She would just have to protect her family so that they could live together again. Oh, Kurisu took out her smartphone and left the room, leaving her uncertainty behind. Sarika was sitting with her legs crossed on the cold floor, looking up at me. Finally, something's gonna happen! No more boring scene. For some reason, they're staying at the school at night. I put my ear up to the door and tried to see if there was anyone outside.
大丈夫。誰もいない。
じゃあもう諦めていこうよ。さすがにお尻が限界。
Everyone, stand up. Make sure that those booties aren't hurting.
一石武道家。数年前のニュースだったと思うんだけど、トイレの鍵が壊れて2日間くらい閉じ込められた人がいて。
That's not fun.
救出された時に 閉じ込められてどうでしたかって聞かれて、こう答えたんだ。トイレがあってよかったって。
That's I would say that too.
私たちは2人だからトイレできないじゃん。
Damn it, she's right for once. Oh, they're in the bathroom. Makes sense, that's a bathroom stall. But she had a point. I was reaching my mental limits too. It was past 10 now, which meant we'd spent more than 2 hours locked inside the bathroom. We were on the 5th floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital in the women's toilet near the lobby. And the music has become scary. This is the scary portion of today's gaming session. We'd learned in the clubroom this morning that the creator of the Simo stickers was here. Serika and I had come to the hospital right after that. Each floor of the hospital had different sections, and each section had its own lobby. So we were able to go around to each floor and gather information by talking to the people there. Well, it was mostly Serika who did the talking. Yeah. Obviously. You could never. And then we'd heard that there was someone in a private room in the back of the 5th floor who drew a lot of creepy pictures. I got excited. The person drawing the pictures might know something. There was a problem. Namely, the ward they were staying in. Inpatient psychiatric care? There were 2 wards on the 5th floor. The first was the gastroenterological ward, straight down the hall from the lobby. But to get to the place where we wanted to go, you had to take a right from the lobby and go to the psych ward. To meet with patients in the psych ward, you needed permission from the patient and the hospital. If you weren't there to meet someone, you wouldn't even be allowed in. For good reason. While we were sitting in the lobby trying to come up with a plan, visiting hours for the psych ward ended. Then hours for the gastroenterological ward ended too, and we had no good excuse for being there any longer. So they hid in the bathroom. And that's how we got where we were. You might be wondering how we got here. Well, it all started with a serial killing. If I hadn't taken Serika's advice and chosen to hide in the women's restroom, where the stalls were inevitably in use more often, someone would have gotten suspicious of us a long time ago. No, maybe they already were suspicious. When Ito saw the pair in the pictures at the clubroom, he proposed we start investigating them immediately. But I decided to temporarily leave that to him and visit the hospital. I didn't tell Ito where I was going or why. If he knew I was putting a priority on verifying information on a homepage run by a crazy man with no sources even given, he'd make fun of me. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That's why I wanted to find something. I'm the main character of the story. I'm the only one who's sane. Everyone else is insane. They're in sanity. They're sane. And I'm insane. I could just go like that for hours. My phone suddenly started to vibrate. I frowned when I saw the name. Damn, and at a time like this too.
Taku?
You're not going to answer it? Serika seemed to say, silently. I decided to ignore the phone call.
いいの？
仕方ないだろう。きっと出たら面倒なことになる。
Whatever it was likely something I didn't want to hear, and I couldn't exactly hold a conversation right now. Oh! Full steam ahead! No choices. Neutrality. 2 hours, huh? I didn't know being quiet and doing nothing for so long could be so tiring. Serika had her arms crossed over her knees. She looked upset. Was I imagining it, or has she really been fidgety over the last 10 minutes? Oh, she gotta pee.
変なの。まさかこの年で タクと一緒に女子トイレの個室に何時間もこもることになるなんて。
At this age.
そう言わずにもうちょっと付き合ってくれ。
いいけど。でもこれ以上粘っても。
Sarika sighed a little. I looked away from her. I was starting to fidget a little, maybe because we'd been talking about going to the bathroom. The need to pee is infectious.
ちょっと。ねえ、タク。とりあえず今日は諦めて出直そうよ。
No, we already put this much time into it. We're going to finish it. Sarika stood up and rubbed her butt a little.
お前は気にならないのかよ。
Her booty hurts.
え？
この病院は。
This was a hospital we'd snuck into a long time ago, looking for an urban legend called Ami-chan. In the end, we had to give up before we could figure it out. But if there was some connection between the sumo stickers and this hospital...
そりゃ気になるよ。調べられるなら調べたい。でも、こうなっちゃったらさ、明日からちゃんと面会時間に通い詰めて入れるチャンスを待った方がよくない？
Meh.
それは、まあ。
今だったら、この回で見つかりさえしなければ、普通に外に出られるでしょ？
This place had an ER, so it was open at night, and people would be going in and out. As long as we could get to the first floor lobby safely, we'd be able to walk right out. Damn it. Maybe we don't have a choice.
わかった。とりあえず。
My phone vibrated again.
またか。
I thought it was Kurusu calling me again, but it wasn't. I checked once again that there was no one in the restroom and answered the phone. What is it?
もしもし。
もしもし？
おい、宮代。お前、今どこにいる？
どうした？
副部長が事件を追うのはやめなさいってキレてるぞ。
Why is she suddenly so mad? Huh? Seriously?
今、あなたたちは何してるんだって問い詰められた。てか、怒鳴られた。
お前、まさか。
Yeah, Ito said.
全部喋った。そしたら、設置した監視カメラを外しなさい。いや、私が今すぐ外しに行くっつって電話切られた。
I'll be right back. I need more water. Enjoy the pleasant music. I'm back. With some chocolate too. Water and chocolate.
な、お前、そこ耐えろよ。
無理言うなよ。思わず副部長に敬語だったぞ、俺。
Grr. Damn it. That coward. Well, I knew how you felt.
で、とりあえずお前のことは何か別に気になったことがあったみたいで、尾上と一緒にそれを調べてるみたいですって言っておいたから。何してるか知らねえけど、副部長に殺される前に謝っとけよ。てか、電話に出てやれ。
He hung up before I could say anything. It was clear that he wanted to stay out of this. With nothing else,
のんちゃん元気出たんだ。
with nothing else to do, I put my phone away.
よかった。
Sarika looked happy. She must have overheard the conversation.
いや、よかったじゃないよ。
でものんちゃんらしいよ。
Sarika nodded to herself, satisfied. She really did look happy.
お前どっちの味方なんだ？
タクだよ。タクだってのんちゃんが元気ないの嫌でしょ？
そりゃ、いや、いい。
Oh?
タク行くの？
言っとくけど、諦めたわけじゃないからな。
Okay. I just didn't feel like I was going to find anything more by staying here. I just come back tomorrow during visiting hours. And dodge Kurusu somehow.
よし。
Yosh! There was no one around. The nurse at the nursing station was staring at her PC. If we crouched down, she couldn't see us. I motioned to Sarika and we quietly left the bathroom, heading for the hallway. Heading for the lobby. We made it across and arrived in front of the elevator. What is this music? What is that? What are these things? What are these? These spheres? Soccer balls? What are those? I looked ahead and saw an automatic door with thick frosted glass. The psych ward lay beyond it. Next to it was a control terminal with an intercom. When visiting, you would say your name and have them unlock the door from the inside. How do you know that? Maybe it's because they were observing? During visiting hours, I'd been sitting in the lobby waiting for the automatic door to open. I tried to see if there was a way to sneak in alongside another visitor, but had run out of time before I'd gotten the chance.
タク、しょうがないよ。出直そう。
Sarika must have noticed me staring at it because she motioned for me to leave. She was right. If we use the elevator, they might notice the sound. We just have to take the stairs. Huh? Uh-huh. The door's open?
タク？
Seneca stopped just before she reached the stairs.
いや、今。
I heard a beeping noise coming from the automatic door. This isn't good. Is someone coming out? I dragged Seneca out onto the landing for the stairs. What? That was weird. I didn't hear any footsteps. Huh? Huh? The door is just open. I took a look. Damn. I took a look around the corner and saw that the door was open.
なんで？
なんじゃこりゃ! It was definitely open, and there was no sign that anyone had come out. I could see deeper into the ward now that the frosted glass was out of the way. The hallway was dark, and it was long past lights out. Why? Why had it opened? Was it set to open automatically from the inside, and someone had walked close enough to trip the sensor? I hadn't seen anyone pass by. Y'all hear those footsteps? I nodded back at Serika as she pointed down the stairs. Someone was coming up. What should we do? There's enough time for the elevator to get here. The lobby's out of the question. Should we go upstairs? Or will we be safe if we just walk downstairs and act like nothing's wrong? The dark hallway seemed to be beckoning to me. There were no guards or nurses around it.
Takuru, あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
I grabbed Serika's hand. It ran straight for the open door.
わかんないけどチャンスだ。行こう。
Serika was behind me, so I couldn't tell if she nodded or not. I ran faster so I wouldn't have to hear my heart pounding, and a moment later, we were inside the psych ward. As I listened to the door shut behind me, I moved up next to the wall and took a look around. It was too dark to see all the way to the end of the hallway, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. The green light of the emergency exit reflected off the floor, bathing us in dim light. I realized that I was still holding Serika's hand. I quickly let go, and she turned her hand toward the wall. She was pointing at a simple map of the ward. It showed the nurse's station, the exam rooms, and what were probably the numbers for the patients' rooms.
確か絵描きって奥の個室に入院しているんだよな。
Serika nodded, but the map didn't say if the rooms were singles or not. I looked at the doors in front of me. They were placed with what looked like two patient names. These rooms were doubles, which meant that any room with the same layout was also probably a double. I looked back at the map. Where were the private rooms?
あった。ここら辺だ。くそ、やっぱり奥の方だな。
あっち?
Serika pointed further down the hall. With Serika behind me, I turned to the side and started to walk as quietly as I could. That weird scent unique to hospitals was stinging my nose. I was used to it, but it was still a little creepy. And it was too quiet. If this really is a psych ward, then I figured I'd hear some crazy screaming or something because I'm an ableist bitch. And even though I'm mentally ill, everyone else with a mental illness is worse than me.
いや、偏見か。いくら閉鎖病棟とはいえ、大半は高齢の認知症の人たちだろうし。
There you go. There you go. Okay, sealed ward? What is that? A hospital ward, usually for mental patients, with a locked entrance as well as heavily restricted access and visiting rules. In the broader sense, a sealed ward, refers to any hospital ward that cannot be accessed without permission from staff, not just a mental ward. Always good when you can correct yourself. Yes. Even in your head. You wouldn't expect the patients to be screaming 24 hours a day, especially after lights out. But what's with the air here? No, it doesn't matter. It's just another dim hallway. I'm not going to the scene of a crime this time.
Huh?
Come to think of it, when I first went inside the Love Hotel, I tried to get past the door, then almost gave up. I turned around and saw the empty hallway stretching out before me, past a confused Serika. The automatic door was on the other side of the corner.
あの時も鍵が勝手に。
That's right. The door to the hotel had opened on its own, just like the automatic door here. The police told me I was mistaken, but maybe it really was.
タク、どうしたの？
That's how he managed to sneak into the hospital. The door opened for him. I realized that I'd stopped moving. Crap, is that a nurse?
こっち。ああ、松下さん、点滴逆血してたよ。
Go? Fuck. That's watch over. Man, I learned the word for nurse like 2 weeks ago. It's gone. Fuck.
またですか？外しちゃってました？それがね。
I could hear what sounded like 2 nurses in the hallway.
バレちゃった？
いや。
I listened carefully. They seemed to be talking about a patient. Good, they hadn't found us. We would have to stay here until they left.
タク、そういえばさ。昔忍び込んだ時ってどこに行ったか覚えてる？
I took my ear off the door.
そりゃ覚えて。いや、具体的にどこか覚えてないな。
I tried to think back to what I'd seen so many times in the dream. It was 8 or 9 years ago now. At the time, I was still in elementary school.
でも、この平等じゃなかったとは思う。
I couldn't remember how we got in exactly, but I didn't remember sneaking through an automatic door. And
あれは精神科に見られるような治療じゃなかった。
actually, I don't think you could even call that treatment, whatever it was.
どうした？
Probably gotta pee. I was about to ask before I saw her face and realized what was
大
wrong.
丈夫か？
大丈夫だよ。
She clearly wasn't okay. Did she remember what happened before? Come to think of it, actually, she tried to act strong and failed last time too.
大したことじゃない。絵描きの情報を確かめて帰る。それだけだろ。
Huh? The nurses must have finished talking because I could hear the footsteps getting further away.
よし。
Serika slapped her cheeks with her hands to try and snap herself out of it.
行こう、タク。
Okay. Let's go.
Ah.
When we got to the room, the dim light of the emergency exit lamp was shining down on it.
ここ
I nodded. This was probably the place. It was a private room in the back, and there were no nameplates on the other private rooms we've passed.
開けるぞ。
There was no time to hesitate. We could run into a nurse at any moment. I looked to the left and right and checked that there was no one there before opening the door. It was a dark room with no lights. There was enough light to see my hands, but not my feet. Hmm?
誰もいない。
The bed against the wall was empty. The blanket was rolled up. Serika looked over to see what I saw. Was this not the place?
他の部屋を探してみるか。
I tried to leave when Serika grabbed my arm.
なんだよ。
タクあれ。
え？
Serika pointed at the back wall of the room. Her hand was shaking a little. It was too dark to see. I softly crept forward to get a better look. Huh? Oh, damn! Look!
なんだこれ。
That's a lot of sumo sticker. That's a lot of gods. The whole wall was covered with drawings of the sumo sticker and what looked like red paint.
気持ち悪い
Serika grabbed onto my arm. The warmth reminded me that I wasn't alone. That made me feel just a little better. If I'd seen this alone, I might have screamed and gone crazy.
この匂いは。
I noticed that there was an unpleasant scent coming from the red paint on the wall. Oh no, is it blood? How'd they get so much blood? I took another step forward, and then I realized. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, and then another hand over Serika's mouth to stop her from screaming too.
どうしたの
Serika ripped my hand away from her mouth and clung to me tighter.
これ絵の具じゃない。血だ。
This strange smell, like rust, was the same thing I'd smelled at the Love Hotel during the revolving dead incident. Who drew these? Who would draw something like this? And in blood? How'd they even get so much blood? I imagined someone locked in a dim room, endlessly drawing paintings and blood on a blank wall. And a shiver went down my spine. I got goosebumps all over my body.
やばい。
There's something very wrong with this room.
タク何してるの
I suddenly realized I was holding a smartphone in my trembling hand. Dude, you took out your phone? As a reflex? That's amazing. And without even realizing it, I pushed the record button and started filming the drawings on the wall.
違う。こんなことしてる場合じゃ。
行こうよ
Serika tried to drag me back. Gotta record. Even if you die, you live on. Woo! Let's go! But my body wouldn't move. I knew it was dangerous to stay here, but I couldn't move. Serika was saying something behind me. But while I could hear the sounds, I couldn't understand what they meant. And then... Huh? What? What? I heard a sound from somewhere in the dark room. It was the sound of someone scratching something. I gulped, and my body froze up even more.
タク
今どこかで音が。
How big is this room?
誰だよ。
Someone's in here with us. Someone's in this room. In the darkness, I could hear the sound of something hard being scratched again. But the sound bounced off the walls of the square room and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I desperately searched around the room, eyes cloudy with terror. Oh! どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。はじめまして。How long had they been there? A girl was crouching on the floor alone with her back to us. Wearing a hospital gown. Okay. Really cute hair. She was right next to the bloody sumos, a hand wrapped around her knees, and she was staring at her feet. She was staring at a drawing of a sumo sticker. It was too dark to tell for sure, but I thought I saw something dripping off her finger. That was blood! She cut her finger to draw that. Oh, that must have hurt. She was drawing those pictures. That's a little too much blood! It clawed over repeatedly. She would have had to continue to cut her finger. That's absurd. I couldn't speak. My throat wouldn't work. I had questions to ask her. Oh, he's frozen. Who are you? Did you draw the stickers that are all over town? She cut her finger. She has a weapon? Could just use her teeth. Teeth are a weapon. Why are you drawing those? But I just couldn't speak. The strange sight before me filled me with an indescribable terror. I was overcome by the idea that if I talked to her now and she turned around, she would transform into something else and attack me. I heard my name and turned towards Serika. We can knock those out though if need be. True. Her hand was clutching my arm tightly.
急に怖い声出して何かあったの？
何かって、お前、あれ。
Shaking, I pointed at the girl on the floor. But... Is she gone? She gone! There was no one there. I was standing in the middle of a hospital room, shaking, and staring at the drawings of the sumo sticker design on the wall. My hand had numbly lowered, and my smartphone was recording only my crotch.
大丈夫？
Serika looked at me, worried.
あの女の子は
You saw a ghost?
女の子って何？
今そこにいただろ。
But there was no one in the direction I was pointing. Just eerie pictures in an empty room.
やだ。怖いこと言わないでよ。
じゃあ今のはただの妄想？
Moso? Or maybe whoever had drawn the bloody pictures on the wall was already dead, but some trace of their spirit was bound into those paintings and trapped inside the room? No, that was way too paranormal for me. It was impossible. But I couldn't get the image of the crouching girl I thought I had seen out of my mind.
お前、行こう。ここは多分。
I took Serika's hand and slowly started to walk backward. It felt like if I had made a sound, all of the eyes of the sumo star on the wall would open and stare at me. We made it back to the door and jumped out into the hallway. What? I could hear frantic voices down the hallway.
まずい。
The hospital staff must have heard my scream. They probably thought something had happened to a patient. They were going to find us. Time to run. Huh? Did I just hear a sound from the emergency exit? Why are so many of these doors just opening? Hijoguchi. Ordinary. Injustice. Mouth. Sedika had grabbed the door handle, shouting at me in a hushed voice. Huh? Don't slut shame the doors, they want to be opened and enter. I could faintly hear the voices of the nurses running back and forth across the hallway. Evidently, they hadn't found us. I could hear Sedika breathe a sigh of relief in the darkness. I used the light from my phone to look around. We were on the landing of a staircase. These were probably the emergency stairs. Sedika looked down, illuminating the stairs with her own phone. If they were keeping the automatic door locked, there was no way they wouldn't lock the emergency exit. I would hope that a hospital wouldn't lock the emergency exit, because it's there for emergencies. Huh? Did they? Could we really get that lucky? And I was sure I heard a sound. This is just like... That's literally illegal, I think. Probably in Japan it's illegal, too. This is just like the Love Hotel room. The door suddenly opens for him, and then it wouldn't, and then when he tried to leave, it locked itself, and he couldn't leave. I used the light from my phone to look at the knob of the emergency door. Good. It was the type that opened from the inside. The other doors probably were too. Okay. Sedika was probably thinking the same thing I was. Was that where the creator of the sumo stickers was kept? Or someone who had something to do with the case? But in the end, I had no answer. There was a whole wall of sumo sticker images drawn in someone's blood. That was the only information we had. Sedika seemed to understand that as well because she didn't ask any more questions. I unlocked the door and quietly opened it, then peered down the hallway beyond. Oh! Oh, it's the old woman and the child. From a different scene. I ducked without even thinking. I placed my hand on the open door to support myself, then quickly yanked my body back inside toward the stairs. Why? Huh? What? There was no mistaking it. Those were the two that Ito had noticed in the club room this morning. Oh, okay, so they're in all the photos? Sedika stuck her hand out. Whoops. Sedika stuck her head out just a little and saw them too. She dropped down. I put my hand over her mouth before she could finish. I know, so don't make any noise. Why are they here? Is there some connection between them and the sumo stickers after all? I could hear footsteps. Theirs. I couldn't move, they'd hear me. I froze and concentrated on what I was hearing. Good, they were heading further away. My dude. You didn't think to put your phone on silent? You deserve this. Oh. Oh no. They were getting closer. Who are those two? What are they doing here? Maybe. You have no... Why would you assume that, dude? No reason to think that.
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
Come on, dude. No, they're not. For a moment, I felt incredibly cold, like my whole body had gotten smaller. The hand I was holding against the door was slippery with sweat. My heart was pounding loudly and it hurt to breathe. No! No! Suddenly, my frozen body was yanked upward. I stumbled and tripped, then was yanked up again. Just as Stenography kicked open some kind of door and dragged me through, I saw them pick up my phone. Rip! I collapsed right onto the ground. I tried to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. My legs were shaking from exhaustion and my hands were shaking from the still lingering terror. Hello, thigh enthusiast! It was all I could do to muster a feeble nod. I had no idea why, but my hands shaking made me really mad. I slammed them into the asphalt. Damn it. How? What were they doing there? And now they have my smaho with all its data. It couldn't be a coincidence. Look, I'm a very sensible connoisseur, and I sense something great here. It is nice to have the input of a master, of an expert, someone who knows what they're talking about. My breathing had calmed down. I needed to get my thoughts in order. My phone has a lock on it. They won't be able to do anything with it immediately. It's clear that the Sumo stickers are involved somehow. Not to mention... Come to think of it, Purusu said she was going to take down the security camera. What happened with that? Stenography turned around, moving very slowly. What did that expression mean? Oh, whoop. Stenography looked away from me for a moment, and then back, as if afraid of something painful. Sasareta? Yui pointed toward the exam room in the back with a pained expression on her face. Damn it! Oh! It's Gin! Yen-san! What? Yen-san?
なんでいや来るぞ
静かにしなさい。一応病院なんだから。
This is not a hospital, it's just a clinic. Was she okay?
タクル、
何？
靴脱ぎなさい。
あ、ごめん。
I'd forgotten to take them off when I came in, so I quickly yanked them off my feet.
僕、
何？
いや、その。
I could see a bandage through the gaps in her pajamas.
ああ、これ？
Kudusu lifted up her shirt just a little to show me her stomach. It was wrapped in a thick bandage.
13針。大したことない。
13 stitches ain't bad? Okay.
お前
I felt a dull pain in my face. I fell to the ground, but then he grabbed me by my shirt and lifted me back up.
ざけんなよ。お前何してんだよ。
ちょっと川原くん。
探偵ごっこがなんか知らねえけど、余計なことしてるからこんなことになんだろうが。
It's not his fault that she got stabbed. It's not her fault. It's the stabber's fault that she got stabbed.
死んでてもおかしくなかったんだぞ。
川原くん。
He pushed me away violently. My face stung from the punch.
おう、青少年。世のビールはこれか。
はい。他にもいろいろ入っているそうです。
すまないな。
ゲンさん、ありがとうございました。川原くん、それゲンさんの家まで運ぶのを手伝ってもらえる？
いや、でも。
お願い。
わかったよ。
Kawahara-kun glared at me for a minute, then picked up the cardboard box and left.
おう、タク。
ゲンさん、なんで？
まあ、いろいろだな。おう、ジョーちゃん、養生しろよ。
はい。ゲンさんも。相変わらずひょうひょうとしてる人ね。
どうして？いや、じゃなくて、何があったんだ？大丈夫なのか
Kudusu's hand slowly stretched down to the wound on her stomach.
助けられたの。通りかかったゲンさんに刺したやつを取り押さえてくれた。あなたが仕掛けたカメラ、正確には伊藤くん？
それは。
まあいいね。とにかくカメラを外している時に聖なる結界の場所でどうしたこうした、意味がわからなかったけど、それでいきなり詰め寄られて。
And stabbed her.
まったくどこで売ってるのかしらね、ああいうナイフって。
Her voice was far more cheerful than I'd expected it to be. For some reason, that made everything suddenly seem real. Kudusu had really been stabbed.
それでどうなったんだよ。
殴って逃げたに決まってるでしょ。そこにゲンさんが通りかかって取り押さえて、で110番。タクル？
傷は大丈夫なのか？
脇腹を軽く削ぐような傷だから内臓は無事、大丈夫。
おや、宮代くん。
涌井秀一。 I don't really know this game. It's a part of a series. Would you recommend the others? Have you heard of Steins Gate? This is a sequel to Steins Gate. I don't recommend the first game. Steins Gate is good. Steins Gate 0. It's pretty good too. Yeah. Chaos Child. It's Chaos Head, Steins Gate. I think Robotics Notes, then Chaos Child, and then Anonymous Code came out several months ago. And there's a Steins Gate question mark that's also planned for, I don't know, a couple years from now, maybe. Who's Black Ruby again? Oh!
久しぶりだな。
Kyoshi, teacher.
玄ちゃんと川原少年はどうした？
帰ってもらったの。
例のお土産は？
渡しました。川原くんに頼んだから。
I see, Dad said as he scratched his head. It really had been a while since I'd last seen Dad's voice. I'd last seen his voice. I'd seen Dad's face. Not since I'd left the dorm.
佐久間さん、私はこれで。
ああ、そうでしたね。この度はノノがすいませんでした。
いいえ、クルス君にはいつもお世話になっているので。じゃあクルス君、お大事にね。
One of the characters in this game was on the phone with Kurisu from Steins Gate. Apparently they're friends. I guess they work in the same laboratory in the US.
ありがとうございます。ご迷惑おかけしました。
そうだ。宮代君もいるならちょうどいいか。
The teacher turned around and scratched his head the same way Dad did.
ちょっと言いづらいんだけど、それにまあ君たちが完全に悪いってわけでもないんだけど。
The newspaper club is definitely dissolved, probably.
おそらく新聞部は活動を自粛してもらうことになると思う。こんなことが起きちゃった以上は。
I knew it. I gave a weak nod. It didn't seem like there was anything I could do about it.
まあね、これもいい教訓だと思って。いや、失礼かな。つまりね。
Yes. I think it's Head, Gates, Robotics Notes, and then Chaos Child. Chaos Head. I didn't like it. Not just because the main character sucks, but you know, it just it felt it was just too much. It went on for too long. You could definitely feel like it was the first game in a series. Steins Gate is so much better.
先生。
はい。
お疲れ様でした。
Kurisu made a motion to shoo him away.
はい。
Kurisu suddenly sighed.
疲れた。
お前、教師からも怖がられてんのか。
All these men, these grown-ass men scared of a teenage girl? Could not be me.
違います。あの先生はいつもあんな感じなの。父さん、やっぱり上で休む。
I feel like eating pancakes.
大丈夫か？明日の診察までは寝てていいぞ。
痛み少しだけど引いてきたから。自分のベッドの方が楽。
運ばれた病院で薬何もらったんだ？
ファロとロキ。 少し多めに飲んだの。あげませんからね。
バカか。タグ。もし熱が出たらすぐ言えよ。
If you get a fever, you got an infection. Fun fact. Kurusu slowly got up. Wounds to the stomach are the worst. I noticed she was pushing herself up with her hands to avoid putting pressure on her stomach.
クルス、ごめん。
タクル、あなた今日泊まっていきなさい。
I knew her wounds had to hurt, but she was acting completely normal. That just made me feel even more depressed. You really just don't realize how much you use your tummy until it gets hurt. Yeah! Use it for everything. Use it to stand up, to get around. It's amazing. I said yes in a voice so small even I could barely hear it. She has a Rirakuma. And it has her name on it. Cute.
大丈夫よ。そんなにじっと見てなくても。
あ、いや。
What are those? What are those bears? You see these bears? This ain't even a bear. But it got bear ears? It's in the shape of a cat. These are funny. I want one of those. I told her I would help her get up to the 3rd floor, but she said it would just make it harder for her to walk. At least I could bring the blanket all the way up to her shoulders.
ありがとう。やっぱり違和感あるわね。
I was gonna say something, but I forgot. What was I gonna say? Is something to do with this? Oh yeah, I was gonna say that it's amazing how this clinic is inaccessible to people who use wheelchairs.
看病される側って慣れてないの。あ、ちゃんと冷やしときなさいよ。
Kurusu pointed to my cheek. She must have been talking about where Haru-kun hit me.
こんな時まで他人の心配するなよ。
And it was my fault that this had happened.
あなたね、言っておくけど。
Kurusu tried to raise her head up, but her wound must have hurt her because she grimaced and laid back down. Look at that cute bear.
あなたのせいじゃないからね。刺されたのはあくまで私の責任。
I wonder if that was localized too. If the fan team did this too.
でも僕がカメラなんて仕掛けなければ。
それは確かに褒められたことじゃないけど、でも予想できたことじゃないでしょ。
That was true, but...
あ、カメラ返しておく。ユイがその辺に置いてくれてない？
I looked around the room and saw there was a paper bag on the desk. The camera I'd had Ito set up was inside. There was some damage on a corner. It must have been dropped when she was stabbed.
どんなやつだったんだよ、その犯人。
暗くてよく見えなかったけど、2、30歳くらいの男。ごめん、電気消してくれる？仰向けに寝てると眩しい。
ああ。
I turned off the lights. Kurusu sighed to calm herself down.
ゲンさんに取り押さえられて、警官が来るまでわめき散らしてた。俺のネットの継承に気づかないお前たちごときがとか。 犠牲者の聖なる使いの俺に触れるなとかね。
Holy messenger of the victim. That's interesting. I suddenly realized it reminded me of something. It was the same with that stuff about a barrier that Kurusu was saying downstairs. Could he be? It cannot be our favorite blogger. Our favorite sumo sticker enthusiast? No. Absolutely not. No. We all must have heroes. They say don't meet your heroes, but this one's gotta be a good egg. It can't be Honda-san because Honda-san is just an urban legend lover who loves to relax by searching for sumo stickers.
詳しくは明日警察の人が来ていくつか聞くことがあるって言ってたから、その時わかるとは思うけど。
It felt like her voice was shaking a little.
クルス。
なんでもない。大丈夫。
It was too dark to see clearly, but I could tell that she had her hand on her face. I finally realized that she was holding back tears. I swore at myself. Of course she is, damn it. She got stabbed in the stomach. Of course she's scared. Neither of us said anything for a while. I couldn't bring myself to say another word. Nothing I said would be right, and it felt like it would hurt her. I couldn't see her face. I didn't know if she was crying. But even if she wasn't crying, she might as well have been.
Takuru?
I don't know how long I was silent for. My eyes had finally gotten used to the dark by the time she whispered.
言うとね、ラブレターもらったんですって。今野さん、覚えてる？
I didn't. I tried to remember, but maybe she wasn't expecting an answer.
5年生の時から同じクラスの。一度、ユウトが休んだ時にプリントを持ってきてくれたメガネをかけた子。それをクラスの男の子にからかわれたらしくて。それでユイが。
And then she started to go on in a quiet voice. She told me that Dad had been busy lately, that he was being as obnoxious as usual. Whoops! As obnoxious as ever. That she'd ordered him to stop drinking for a week today. That Yui was still afraid of men, but that she made friends with a boy in her class. That Yuto wasn't getting any taller. He said it didn't bother him, but it obviously did. That the air conditioner in the living room wasn't working well, and she and Yui had cut Dad's allowance to buy a new one. The two of them were saving up their own allowance, too. That the old woman who was a regular at Aoba Clinic, the one who taught Kurusu how to sew, wasn't doing so well lately. That she had mixed up a clothes hanger with a clothespin, and one of the patients had laughed at her. I listened to her for a long time, only speaking occasionally. Her voice gradually got softer, and eventually I realized that she was talking in her sleep. Then I realized something. Kurusu was telling me everything that had happened here in the 6 months I'd been gone. What had happened at home, what Dad, Yui, and Yuto had been up to. She'd been saying all this because she wanted me to know.
それでね。
Oh! As I waited for her to finish her sentence, I could hear her soft breathing. She'd fallen asleep. I slowly stood up, careful not to make a sound. I adjusted the blanket over her once more. I adjusted the blanket over her once more and went to leave.
事件を追うのは。
She was probably talking in her sleep. I heard the rest as I left the room, and I understood what she was saying all too well. My room hadn't changed at all since I'd left half a year ago. It still had the same old bookshelves, same old desk, and the same old bed. Everything was just as I remembered it.
本当にびっくりするくらい何も変わってないな。
I figured it would either have been turned into a storage room or be covered in dust.
そうか、スマホは。
I checked my pockets for my phone only to realize that I dropped it at the hospital, and that those two weird people had picked it up. I couldn't do it. I tried to remember what happened at the hospital, but instead I found myself thinking about the girl in the next room. My body was tired. My brain was telling me I needed to think about everything that had happened tonight, but I felt too exhausted. So I took out the scrapbook from its usual spot on the shelf. The same articles, the same incidents from the past. I'd seen them so many times I was tired of reading about them. The newspaper article was from around 6 years ago during the Shibuya earthquake. The title was Robbery at a Refugee Shelter. My parents' names were in the article. Miyashiro Saneo, Miyashiro Eriko. The article said that the two of them had been killed by an unknown assailant. When I'd found out about this several months ago, I'd left the dorm and went to live in Miyashita Park. I'd been told about my parents' deaths when I'd woken up from my coma about a year after the earthquake. But Dad and Kurisu had told me that they died because of the earthquake. I closed the scrapbook and put it back on the shelf. The fact that my parents were murdered instead of simply dying in the earthquake was a shock to me. But I think it was a lot less of a shock than Dad and Kurisu expected. I'd experienced the earthquake personally. I'd seen for myself how awful the looting and robbery was. And my parents had neglected me and spent all their time at work. The 5.5 years that had passed since their murder crushed any desire I had to find the killer and take revenge. No, maybe I never would have wanted to take revenge in the first place. My curiosity just made me want to find them. It was a shock to me that Dad and Kurisu were keeping it secret. There were 2 rules at Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. Just before I'd left, we'd had a huge fight. During the fight, Kurisu had told me she didn't want to make things any worse after I'd woken up from my coma. But at the time, that sounded like nothing but an excuse. I thought we weren't supposed to keep secrets, Kurisu. I called her by her last name. By the time I'd calmed down enough to think about how she must have felt, I'd already moved to Miyashita Park. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yes? It was Yui's voice. I told her she could come in, and the door opened slowly.
どうした?
ちょっと。
The two of them were together like usual. Yuto looked like he was so tired he could barely stand. The only reason she brought him was probably because if he woke up in the dark alone, he'd be scared. This was another sight that brought back a lot of memories.
久しぶり、タクルに。
ああ、ダメだろ、こんな時間に。
I didn't know how late it was exactly, but it was probably long past 3 a.m.
ちょっとくらいいいじゃん。ののね。
うん。今寝てるよ。
そっか、よかった。
Yui looked truly relieved.
まったく、ののねもいくら日課だからってあんな時間にお参りなんて行くから。
え？
あ？
タクル兄からも言っといてよね。
クルスがお参りだって？
え？うん、帰ってきた時にそう言ってたよ。
My heart skipped a beat. What was Kurisu doing? How much could she...
タクル兄ちゃん。
Yuto suddenly opened his eyes.
どうした？
なんでも。
Then he put his head against Yui's shoulder and stopped moving. Yui sighed and held Yuto up so that he didn't fall over.
タクルに何があったか知らないけどさ、とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂の掃除当番溜まってるんだから。あと買い出し当番も。
I froze, unsure of what to say. Yui gave up on holding him steady and put him on her back.
部屋綺麗でしょ？のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。じゃあおやすみ。
あ。
I slid my hand across the desk. There wasn't a single speck of dust. The second I saw this, I felt a sharp pain deep in my nose and my vision blurred. I sat down, unable to stand. I felt the familiar sensation of the chair and stared at the wall I'd seen a million times before. When I had left here, the biggest thing I felt was enrage at being betrayed by Dad and Kurusu. It was that I was different than everyone else. After I had gotten so sick of the wrong-siders in elementary school that I just stopped going altogether, and after my parents had neglected me, this was the one place in my life that had been different. Kurusu, Yui, and Ryuto had all lost their parents in the earthquake, just like me. This was a family, made of people who'd all gone through the same thing. But I was different. I wasn't just a victim. I was a victim whose parents had been murdered. I was the one person who was different. I was special. I wasn't like everyone else. That's a weird thing to think. Oh my god. I'm special? Then the tears started to flow. In my head, I apologized to Kurusu again and again, and I sat there, unable to get up from my chair. You know, for someone who is so desperate to be the same as everyone else, he sure is being weird and trying to become the main character. He's like, it's so strange. He does his best to be as different from everyone else as possible, but he keeps saying that he is the same as everyone else. And then he has a huge fight with his family because he thinks he's special, but he doesn't want to be special. He wants to be normal. Weird. Oh, are we on 8chan? Oh damn! It's time to read some problematic bullshit. Come on. Okay. We're on news dots. We are on our news. Bad news. A man who looked like the sumo sticker asked someone for directions. Is that bad news? 1. Name. Spiral Barely T. Whatever this is. Star at reproduction prohibited. Off go at taboo.co. Oh, instead of Yahoo, it's taboo. Submitted October 7th, 2015 at 6 p.m. At approximately 5 p.m. on October 6th near Shoto 1st Avenue, Shibuya, a girl walking home from school was asked by a suspicious man, "Do you know where I can get some janko?" Janko is a favorite dish of sumo wrestlers. The man asking her was around 30 years old, 170 centimeters tall, heavy set with black hair, whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo stickers. Always stay on well-lit, heavily traveled roads. Carry a personal alarm with you. Information released by Shibuya Police. Questions and tips? Redacted. Source Safety Net Shibuya. Anonymous Sage said, I lolled. Third Anonymous, give the poor guy a break. 4. Is it wrong for a fat guy to want some chanko? 5. It's a jungle out there these days. People like us can't do anything without getting the cops called. Hey, these are all different people speaking. Number 6. Whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo stickers. Repeated 3 times. Number 7. Are they sure he wasn't an actual sumo wrestler? 8. That's a different person again. Okay. Just trying to make sure. 8. Why? What's he got to do with the sumo stickers? 9th commenter. So now you're a suspicious person just for asking for directions. What the hell? Okay, 10th commenter. I'm gonna be honest, talking to a schoolgirl was a no-no. Talking to a schoolboy would also be a no-no. The only safe option would be to go find a real sumo wrestler and ask him. Okay, 11th. Actually, I think I saw this guy a week ago. He was running down Tamagawa Dori, really sweaty. He kept mumbling, "Chonko, chonko, chonko." He really did look like the sumo sticker guy. Maybe he was the model for them? 12th. What's a sumo sticker? Someone tell me. 13th. Someone tell me if he ever actually got his chonko. Okay, someone's replying to the person asking what a sumo sticker was with an image. 15th, replying to the previous person. I would piss myself if a guy like that talked to me. 16th, a guy who looks just like the sumo stickers. Says who, lol? Can I click the image? Nah. If I do, it'll like, I think it'll skip to the next scene. Just a regular sumo sticker. The 17th commenter is replying to the person with the who said that they saw the guy a week ago. The news said they found a sumo sticker at the scene of the Love Hotel killing last month. Maybe this guy was the murderer? Like maybe he places a sticker each time he commits a murder? 18th reply says, Japan is such a peaceful place. 19th, get thee to a sumo ring. Okay, and someone replying to the person who speculated about the sumo sticker at the scene of the Love Hotel killing. In other words, he'd be looking for his chanko for a whole week. Let's hope when they arrest him, they give him chanko instead of katsudon. Anyway, I feel like some chanko now.
少しずつでも確実に歴史シールというものが人々の間に不確実な噂として浸透し始めていた。噂は集団の中で憶測を呼び、ありもしない幻影、つまりは妄想を生み出していく。一度動き出した歯車はもう誰にも止められないのだということに僕らは気づいていなかった。
おおThe former newspaper club members are still meeting in the newspaper club room. 2 p.m. As the whole school got excited for the start of the culture festival in 2 days, our club room was as quiet as a tomb. The only sound was Serika's occasional fiddling with her cell phone strap. But that would quickly stop, and only the silence would remain. Kazuki had even stopped playing ESO too. Everyone had looked miserable when they'd heard about Kurisu.
ごめんごめん。お待たせ。
Ah, hello? Wakui Shuichi sensei. The teacher came in with his usual dopey grin.
会議が長引いちゃってね。無茶なこと言われるこっちの立場も考えてほしいもんだよね。まったく。
We got an hour left in the stream. He looked around at us and scratched his head.
ね、新聞部のことなんだけれど。
新聞部。新聞部。Everyone looked at him. That's why we've been waiting to hear what he had to say.
当分の間は活動休止にするそうだ。
RIP. Shut down, I repeated the words in my mind.
決定ですか？
こうなっちゃった以上はね。
Kurisu hadn't told Yui and Yuto, but before she'd been taken to the hospital, the police had asked her several questions. She'd had to tell them what she was doing out there. Of course she would. Otherwise, she'd have no reason to explain the camera. And after the incident at the Love Hotel, the teachers probably had it out for us to begin with. Thinking back, it was a miracle we weren't shut down after the Love Hotel case.
ただ、一個条件というか命令というか、罪滅ぼしっていうんじゃないんだろうけど、なんて言ったらいいかな。
いや、なんでもいいですから。なんです。
ね。
He looked down at the paper he was holding.
君たち、渡部智明って知ってるかい？
渡部智明？ The Nico Nia news reporter? Huh?
ネット記者のですか？
そうそう。 ニコニア動画の。宮代くんよく知ってるね。
いえ。
Of course I knew it. He was famous to anyone who used Nikonia, and the club had just been talking about the video he made the other day. And a lot of the class knew about him from his job at Nikonia too.
彼から文化祭で新聞部と対談したいっていうオファーが来てるんだ。
は？
は？は？
なんで？
さあね、もともとうちの文化祭を渡部さんは取材することになっていたらしいんだけどね。ほら、うちって結構有名だから。
有名 famous. Was it about the Restoration Festival? It was true that our culture festival was considered to be part of the run-up to the big Shibuya Restoration Festival.
で、その際にぜひ新聞部と対談したいって言うんだ。なんでも君たちが作成した新聞に興味があるらしくてね。
マジかよ。
マジか? The newspaper we'd made. He's probably talking about the video we'd made on the Subo stickers. The one that had gotten all those views because Watabe had come out with the same article at almost the same time.
僕は知らなかったんだけど、最近結構有名な人らしいじゃないか。それで学校側としては断りにくくてね。活動は休止だけど、その対談だけはこなしてほしいって言うんだよ。対面として。いいかな？
いいかなって言われても。
He was also sudden that I was having a hard time processing it. And wait.
学校側からの指示なんですよね。
He nodded. Then we didn't have the right to refuse, did we?
わかりました。
よかった。いやー、本当は廃部って言われてたところ、この件で粘って休止にしてもらったからさ。
That wasn't funny.
対談は文化祭初日、あさってだから。細かい段取りはまた明日連絡するよ。あとそれから。
Asatte. I learned that one recently, day after tomorrow. Asatte. It's written weird. I forget.
クルス君からの伝言なんだけど。部の活動自体は本日から休止だから、文化祭の記録映像を撮ったりはもうできない。その代わり生徒会の手伝いをしてほしいそうだ。自分の空いた穴を埋めてくれって。
そっか、のんちゃん会長だもんね。
今度の文化祭は盛り上がってるからね。手が足りないんだ。生徒会顧問としてもぜひ頼むよ。
Normally, I'd turn down any request from the student council. Right now, it didn't bother me at all.
わかりました。
助かるよ。じゃあ後で生徒会室に顔を出してね。
Does this mean we're gonna get into contact with Harimoto-san? Might. And of course, Kawahara-kun.
渡部と対談って。マジか。
That was a pretty big deal, yeah. No one had come to interview the newspaper club since its founding. But this wasn't entirely a good thing. The club had been shut down, but we were still having an interview with someone famous. And more than anything, I thought about Kurisu, who was still at home in bed. Oh? Serika stood up from her seat. She walked over to the windowsill and opened the window. She's not gonna scream, is she? Chilly air blew into the room.
Onoe?
She did scream. She suddenly leaned out the window and screamed. And then she leaned back inside and closed the window.
よし、切り替えよう。タク、しんちゃん、はなちゃん。ほら、タク、仕切ってよ。
え？
のんちゃんからの頼まれ事でしょ。やれるとこからやろう。
Sedika looked right at me as she spoke. Ito and Kazuki turned toward me as well.
く？
Fine. I slapped myself in the cheeks to help me focus. The place where Kawahara-kun hit me still stung.
よし。じゃあまず、伊藤、生徒会室に行って生徒会から何をやればいいか指示を仰いできてくれるか。
That uniform shirt is looking kind of boob sleevey.
俺？お前は？
僕は行かない方がいい。
I pointed to my cheek. Ito nodded. Kawahara-kun was the vice president of the student council.
ああ、私も行くよ。
わかった。じゃあ和樹は。
He's gaming, dude. Look. She was going back to her game, huh?
何すればいいか分かったら手伝ってくれよ。
うん。
She nodded just a little.
お前は？
渡部との対談の準備をしておくよ。多分力士シールの動画に関することだと思うけど。
だよな。何なんだろうな、このタイミングで。
That was a good question, yeah. Why would a reporter come meet with the people who had ended up starting a flame war over one of his articles? He definitely wasn't coming to apologize.
しんちゃん、行くよ。
お。
I pulled Watabe's article up on the PC screen.
まだゆるく炎上してるな。
The pace of the comments was starting to slow down, but they remained basically negative. There was no way Watabe wouldn't have noticed that. Of course, he would have noticed our video as well. A lot of the comments were posting the link.
なんだって言うんだ。
Did he want to ask us something about the sumo stickers? No, he wouldn't need to do an interview if that was the case. And in any event, he'd uploaded a close-up photo of the sumo sticker of Revolving Dead, which we hadn't been able to incorporate into our video even though we'd been at the scene. We'd had to go back to the Love Hotel and upload a photo we'd taken from the street. To be honest, our article was basically the same as his, but his photos were a lot better. I couldn't imagine there was anything he wanted to ask us.
もしかして病院のこと？
That was impossible. No one but me and Serika knew about it. No, there was no point in thinking about it. I needed to get ready for the interview and then do what Kurusa asked me. What? Huh? What? Huh? Something bothered me, so I went over to the board.
回転デッドの力士シールのアップの画像は。
Uh-huh. I carefully removed the one that was on the board. Are they different? Knew it.
表情が違ってる。
It's different? I went back in front of the map and put the picture back on. The photo that we'd taken of the sticker and the sticker in Watabe's article were different. What was going on with that? Once everyone got back to the club room, I planned to talk with them about it. October 8th, 2015, Thursday! Damn, it's Thursday already? Oh, we're at 4 hours and 16 minutes, huh? That's cool. $11:45 p.m. The Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. The town was silent, as if it didn't even know she was there. She was standing before the names of the dead, as unmoving as the stone in front of her. In fact, it was hard to tell that she wasn't dead herself. The wind that blew down from the tops of the buildings refused to touch her scraggly hair. The eyes that poked out through her hair were cloudy and lifeless, and her lip was pressed into a frown. She must not have bathed recently because the smell around her was terrible. She fucking stank! God! Filthy! She's smelly! Her black clothes melted in the darkness, making the red jacket stand out a little against the gloom. A sound came from her lips. She pressed her jaw together as if trying to crush a piece of meat. Her leg dragged along as she started to walk, her head facing the ground. In that moment, she stood out from the scene around her. The hair pressed against her face made it impossible to read her expression, but the most noticeable thing about her wasn't the stench or the sound of her gritting teeth. It was her anger and rage. That anger and rage covered everything about her. Her legs came to a stop. She reached out a glove-covered hand and touched the name on the memorial. She dug her fingernail into it. She scratched again and again as if trying to rub it out. Her nail broke inside the glove, unable to handle the force. But she didn't stop. She ignored the blood dribbling out of the glove as if she didn't feel any pain. Red continued to stain the memorial stone. The date changed. It was now October 9th. There was only one day left until October 10th, the date of the next New Generation Madness killing. Oh! Ami-chan! Okay, one person in chat, Ami-chan, October 9th. Ed Lucas has joined the channel. I apologize for the wait. Ami-chan says, the test images? Ed Lucas says, spreading rapidly as expected. Ami says, maintain things as they are. Ed Lucas says, yes. Ami says, and the target? Ed Lucas says, we'll make contact with a reporter named Watabe tomorrow. Ami says, kill him. Kill him. Murder. Commit murder. Chapter 3, School Festival, their side of the festival's tale. October 9th, 2015, Friday. Damn. It's already Friday? It was just Thursday.
さて、以上のように、私の取材によって一連の事件はニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれたあの事件を踏襲していると断言しても良いと思われるわけですが。
Okay, so this kanji is transport. This looks like department / club. This is friend. I haven't learned this one yet. Just fun fact. Watabe Tomoaki.
その事実にこの私とほぼ同じくして気づいた動画がアップされていたのを皆さんご存知でしょうか。そうです。渋谷区にある碧峰学園の新聞部による動画です。私のようにジャーナリズムを目指すと思われる若者たちがこうして育ってきていることは非常に喜ばしい限りです。
こんばんは、Roger Rabbit. How you doing? I hope you're doing well.
そして当の渋谷ではあの忌まわしい事件からの再出発を記念すべく近々復興祭が行われることになっています。
Thank you. I really want to eat pancakes, so I'll probably make myself pancakes when I stop streaming. Happy face. We might be seeing a murder soon. That'd be a great way to end the stream. A murder?
それに先立ちまして私はその碧峰学園にて明日文化祭が行われるという情報を入手いたしました。
Woohoo! A happy ending indeed, yes! End the stream and end a life. Words to live by. That's my motto.
そう、その通り。さすが、勘のいい皆さんはすでにお分かりのようですが、明日の午後、文化祭中である碧峰学園に赴き、新聞部に突撃インタビューを行おうと考えております。
I don't know about life, but you and my breath looking all cute sometimes. Ooh, woo. Oh, whoa.
ジャーナリズムを目指す若者たちの今。そしてもちろん、彼らがどのようにして私と同じ情報を得、事件の裏に隠された共通点に到達することができた。I
forgot to fix the pet head again.
見てみたいと思います。
Okay, let me make a note to myself. Yeah, I'll put it on Notepad since I'm gonna look at this later. Fix Pat's head. Yep. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it this time. Can we get another blog post? I really want to read more of that sumo sticker stuff.
真実の追求。それが我々ジャーナリストの使命であり、証であります。
I feel like he's gonna die. Is he gonna be the next victim?
それでは本日の放送はここまでです。明日のタイム、果たしてどんな話が飛び出すのか。そして事件の真相はお見逃しなく。
Thank you. Y'all missed. Oh, rip. Missed. How many? Oh, no, it doesn't. I would have liked to see the view count.
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。It says,入場スタッフ。
何がジャーナリストの使命だ。
Oh no, he's evil!
え？
いや、なんでもないよ。
そうっすか？それより見てくださいよ。今日のカウント数、新記録ですよ。
そうです。
それだけ世間の注目が高いってことっすね。
当たり前だろ。俺がやってんだから。
He's so it's because he's so handsome. Everyone want to talk to him. They all want to look at him because he's so beautiful.
え？
いや。
It's just like he's so weird. Off-putting.
そうっすか？まあ、明日の放送も楽しみにしてますよ。
そうっすか？
任せておけ。明日はもっとカウントいく放送にしてやるよ。
Someone's gonna die. Someone's gonna be murdered. It's gonna be him. It's gotta be.
そう。この俺の手でな。
Wait, let's do a prediction. Yeah, prediction. For who's gonna die? That's gonna be fun. Okay. Reporter Watabe. Homoaki. Miyashiro. The main character. Main character. The teacher? Some bitch. Who gonna be murdered? Let's leave the submission period. Let's have it be 5 minutes. Newspaper club member. There. Who gon' be, Twitch won't let me use the word murder. So, who gonna be deleted from the game? What? I can't use who gonna be deleted from the game? What? Who is not gonna be living? Twitch won't let me do this at all. This is bullshit. Who's going to be nooned? Who is gonna be nooned? No one. It's not letting me do these at all. None of them? Someone. Okay. It's because I used the word bitch. It was telling me that the name wouldn't pass, but it's actually because I used the word bitch. I deleted it. And suddenly it's allowed. Okay. Yes. It's gonna happen in the next like 10 minutes. Someone's gonna die. Stop moaning in my ear. Stop huffing and puffing. Where are you? I would have voted pee pee poo poo, but I wasn't in the options. I should have used pee pee poo poo. Love it when pee pee poo poo wins the poll. Deep lore. That's deep lore. I put the cardboard box I was carrying down on the desk. Finally, I was able to relax. It was noon, not no one, was sure. I don't know what nooned means. I thought it was supposed to be no one. Compared to the physical therapy I'd done after my coma, this was nothing, but my arms and legs were sore. Yeah, when you're doing physical therapy, it's like, what, 30 minutes an hour? It's nothing like stopping and starting for like hours and hours. It's amazing that he thinks that that was worse.
そりゃ、俺たちが生徒会に迷惑かけちまったからだろ。
Ito was standing next to the windowsill where the warm sunlight was pouring in. He looked comfortable. There was no one in the room but me and him.
確かに生徒会の仕事を手伝う約束はしたけどさ、いくらなんでもこき使いすぎだ。
I'd been running around all day carrying one thing or another. Everyone, myself most of all, knew that I wasn't cut out for physical labor. And what's more,
Ito.
How the hell could he be playing with a smartphone when I was working so hard? After I complained, he said,
んなこと言ったって、クレーム対応は嫌だって言ったのはお前だろ。
Oh, people are texting him. With just one day left until the festival, all the clubs had complaints and demands to make at the student council. They'd asked for someone who could listen to them and relate them to the student council, and I decided there was no way I could do that, so I left it to Ito.
それより見たか、これ。
What? Oh! Oh, look, there's an ad at the top. Get Volume 1 of hit manga series for free. Up to 50% points back. Multiple full series collections also on sale. Bookwalker? And then on the bottom it says Kitty Kitty Panic. A kitty full adventure. New breeds all the time. And this is a Dokono? That's the brand? News hunting Shibuya's mysterious sumo stickers. Runtime 1 minute. It was only a bit long? Oh no, it's 31 minutes long. What? You got 58,651 views, 1,500. Whoa! Ah! Hello, Raiders! I'm playing Chaos Child. It's a sequel to Steins Gate. If any of you have played Steins Gate or watched it. Hello! How are you doing? I hope you've been doing good. I hope your stream was fun. It seems I didn't use the right word for the raid, for the amount of viewers. Hello, everyone. We currently have a prediction at the top. Oh, it's almost over. The prediction's almost over. We're trying to predict the next death. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing fun. I'm having a fun time. Oh. Seiho? No. Sekai? To? No. That's probably not how it's... We are in chapter 3. There should be a murder soon. Ito showed me his phone, which he'd been playing with.
なんだ
さっき渡部が配信してたんだよ。明日のこといろいろ喋ってたぞ。
え
Just like Ito said, the phone was playing a video that had gone up in the last half hour.
それに見ろよ、このカウント数。最近の報道でどんどん伸びてるっぽいし、明日は期待してもいいかもな。
No. There's gonna be a murder tomorrow.
期待ね。
なんだよ、そのリアクション。お前だって昨日は興奮してただろ。
I won't deny that I got a little excited when I'd heard about tomorrow's interview. However,
やっぱりいいように利用されているだけ。そもそもあの情報自体、僕たちの方が早く配信してたんだぞ。それを渡部はいかにも同じタイミングだったみたいに扱ってる。
it was a common media trick to suggest things that weren't true without actually lying.
自分の方が後出しだったってことをうやむやにしようとしてるってわけか？
ああ。
And it also felt like he was trying to use all the flame wars to up his view counts. Hope your stream goes well. I'm gonna have to go do some cleaning and get to bed. It's almost 4 a.m. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. And I hope you have a great rest of your morning. Bye bye.
仮にそうだとしたらどうするんだよ、明日のインタビュー。
Much love. Bye bye.
別に普通に受けるよ。それが学校側からの条件なんだから。
No. Honestly, I'd like to shoot him down and show him up as a liar. The second I started to get a little excited, the mark left on my cheek after Kawaharu-kun hit me started to ache. For now, I needed to focus on helping the student council, not the case.
あれ、そういえば川原君は？
ああ、なんだっけ。校庭にあっただろ。風鈴だかなんだか飾るやつ。
ああ、願い事がどうとかいう。
One of the classes was doing something about the Shibuya earthquake. They'd said they were making an area where you would write your wish on a sheet of paper that would be tied to a wind chime. For some reason, that sentence did not go where I was expecting. We've been told to submit something, but I hadn't. Oh, it's the Pokemon! To be honest, I didn't really like stuff like that.
あれの設置で走り回ってるってさっき。
What is it?
Oh.
It's Kawaharu-kun! Speak of the devil! Kawaharu-kun frowned a little when he saw me. He started to open his mouth, but closed it, glanced at Ito, and then sighed, something in him deciding to just give up.
終わったのか？え？
Kawaharu-kun was looking at the box I'd been carrying.
はい。じゃあ、次は受付にパンフ運んでくれ。パンフレットですね。わかりました。
いってらっしゃい。
いってらっしゃい。I glared at Ito, then picked up the box with the pamphlets and went to leave the student council room. Kawaharu-kun was still frowning at me. That's strange. I was sure he'd say something about Kurusu, or at least insult me. After I finished carrying the pamphlets, I went to buy a drink from the vending machine. If I didn't get some caffeine from a Mountain Dew, If I didn't get some caffeine from a Mountain View, I wasn't going to be able to move for much longer. Oh my god, I can't read now. Someone was tugging at the hem of my uniform. I quickly turned around. Did it go? Oh, no. It's Kazuki.
で、カズキか。脅かすなよ。
She'd been sent to help with her class's display, which was just about finished up.
クラスの仕事終わったのか？だったら生徒会の方の手伝いを頼め。
Kazuki tugged even harder at my uniform.
いや、だから生徒会の手伝いを。もしかしてついてこいって言ってるのか？
She nodded. We're not picking a choice. We're going neutral. Her expression hadn't changed, but it seemed like she was having some kind of trouble. What was going on? Did she want me to help with something? I need to get back to the student council room. But it was incredibly rare for Kazuki to actually come to me for help. It wouldn't be right to just ignore her. Well, I may as well go.
わかったよ。だから引っ張るなって。
I decided to follow Kazuki. Where's my murder? We got 40 more minutes. Where's the murder? Kazuki stopped in front of some large object with a vinyl covering on top of it. What was this thing? Kazuki stared at it for a moment and then pointed at it.
もしかしてこれを運ばなきゃならないとか？
She nodded. But what was this thing anyway? It's gun-butted! That's from robotics notes. Look at that. Class 1A, let's build a gun-barrel project. Damn! They snuck a little bit of robotics notes into this game. Come on. Why? I was tapping on the wrong key. She took a piece of paper out of her pocket. It looked like some kind of handmade flyer. In bright colors and big letters, it said, Class 1A, let's build a gun-barrel project. What y'all know about gun-barrel? Fictional, short for Mobile Battler Gun-barrel. A 3-part anime series that aired from 2012 to 2015. The show features a total of 155 episodes. The programming took a unique approach to marketing, broadcasting in 110 countries before releasing in Japan, causing a boom to occur in those countries far before it did in Japan. It was created to target the teenage male demographic, with toys and other merchandise produced for it just like any other mecha anime. However, the Egyptian mythology motif behind its story and the impressive CGI battles made it popular enough to receive a movie adaptation. Despite this, the final episode of the 3rd season was Okay, no, there was no spoiler. Okay. Despite this, the final episode of the 3rd season was recently and inexplicably cancelled in a very controversial move, even among the show's biggest fans. The story is about Doto Genki, a 14-year-old boy who pilots a martial arts robot known as a COD Trooper. A global-scale epic unfolds around him, spanning the past, present, and future. The Season 1 theme song was sung by a gothic punk band known as Phantasm, which had a fairly large cult following at the time. Phantasm? That's from Chaos Head. That's a mix.
ガンバレルってアニメの？
Gun-barrel was an anime that started back when I was in middle school. While most anime these days only lasted 3 to 6 months, Gun-barrel had been on forever. In fact, it had just ended the other day. And some idiot had decided to cancel it just before the last episode could air. This had caused a huge uproar. All of this made Gunboro a truly legendary anime.
これって和樹のクラスの展示物？
Oh. Whoops. Chaos Child, then Robotics Notes. Because they just said that the anime ended recently. In Robotics Notes, it ended years ago, so. I see. They must have been attempting to make a model of the robot from the anime. And so they made all the parts in the courtyard, and now they had to get them to their classroom.
なんで和樹が一人で運ばなきゃならないんだ？クラスの連中は？
I followed Kazuki's gaze over to the entrance and saw students in pairs happily carrying large objects covered in sheets.
なるほど。ぼっちには辛い状況だな。
Bocchi? Don't kick me in the shin. And if you're going to kick me in the shin, don't do it so hard.
誰がぼっちだ？違うわ。今日はたまたま仲のいい子が休んでるだけだから。すまん、僕の勘違いだ。
I decided to play along.
で、僕にどうしろと？代わりに運ぶのを手伝えって？でも、これって重いんじゃないのか
？Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. Fine. Normally, I would have found some way to get out of this, but if Kurusu wanted the cultural festival to succeed, I didn't have a choice. I have to be a good brother for once. I reached down to grab the object under the sheet.
よし、そっち回って。さあ、いっせーので持ち上げるぞ。いくぞ。いっせーの。
いっせーの。
おい。お前リズム感ないのか？完全にずれてるぞ。遅い。
We weren't in sync at all. She would lift up a moment or two after I did. Because of that, we almost dropped it to the ground. That reminds me of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
僕が悪いみたいな顔するなよ。もう一回やるぞ。いっせー。今度は早っ。もういい。和樹に僕が合わせるから、とにかく持ち上げろ。
As she started to lift, I did too. We staggered, but managed to keep it steady.
よし。それじゃ、このまま運ぼう。
We slowly headed toward Kazuki's classroom, counting 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep ourselves in unison. Of course, I was the only one who actually spoke.
そこんとこ角になってるからな。気をつけろよ。
We made it to the stairs. This was where things got hard.
先に登って。そうそう。そのままゆっくりゆっくり。踏み外すな。踏み外すんじゃないぞ。
But making Katsuki go up first so that I could hold it from the bottom was a mistake.
Oh,
even after all my warnings, Katsuki slipped and... Ooh! Oh no! Fuck. Damn, they tumbled. Damn it, I told you not to trip. Oof. We were just lucky we hadn't climbed up that much.
大丈夫か、カズキ。
Not her boobs. Kazuki, your titties are in my face. It was the prototype that died via falling. Yeah, he fell and then he got smothered by her boobs. This situation is oh, it's a little I'm hot under the collar. Titties! Something you see all the time in anime, isn't it? Oh fuck! Anyway, I need to do something about this. Kazuki is so light though. Well, she isn't very tall, but she has a pretty good body, so actually... Wait, what am I thinking? What if someone comes by and sees us? This girl's hopeless, better do something quick! But part of me wants to enjoy this and date her a little more. No, knowing Katsuki, there was no way. I just need to get this done. Titties
カズキ
off.
怪我はないかほらじゃあ立って早いところこれ持っていこう
Fortunately, the gun barrel part wasn't damaged at all. We headed to Katsuki's classroom, being careful not to trip this time. Whoa!
1の A ここか
A protagonist in an anime that's a man? That's a teenage boy? That doesn't act weird? When a girl falls on top of him? He only has weird thoughts and just proceeds as usual? Damn, unprecedented. The bar is in the fucking ground. But they managed to jump right over it. It's amazing. A girl near the entrance saw Kazuki and ran over. She looked like a normal, average girl.
カズキ運んできてくれたんだ。てっきりバックれたのかと思ってた。あれてかこっちの人は？
あ、いや、その。
ああ、知ってる。確か新聞部の。明日渡部と対談するって。
Huh? How does she know?
君は？
あ、大河内って言います。
いや、名前じゃなくて知ってるんですか？その渡部との。
やだ、みんな知ってますよ。噂になってるし。
Ah, that surprised me. I thought that only a few people at school would know about a Nikonia reporter. I had no idea a girl like this, who didn't look like she kept up with the news at all, would know about it. How do you... What do you mean by that? He's like, oh, she's a normal girl, so she can't possibly be on one of the most popular social media platforms in Japan. No! And there were even rumors going around about it.
頑張ってくださいね。楽しみにしてますから。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Katsuki ignored the two of us and took the part inside, then silently put it on the floor. No one tried to help her. But as I went over to her,
ああ、わざわざすいません。あとはこっちでやっとくんで、そこに置いといてください。
that girl, Okochi, said that to me. I did as I was asked and left the room. And then Katsuki followed me.
何?
Is she gonna give you a lollipop? She offered me a lollipop. Ooh.
くれるのか?
Was this her way of thanking me? But...
それ食べかけだろ?
Was that the one in her mouth? Katsuki, why would you give him... She sighed and put it back in her mouth. Put it back! She did take it out of her mouth and try to give it to him. What? Then took out a small bag from her skirt pocket. Those skirts got pockets? Dried Emperor Squiddy. It was dried squid.
どうも。手が空いたら生徒会の方も手伝ってくれよ。一応部員なんだから。
Husky shrugged and walked up the stairs. Maybe she was going back to the club room to play her game some more. I probably couldn't count on her help. October 9th, 2015. Friday. Hashita Hiroko was working at her part-time job as a grocery store cashier. Her husband was always out working late, but he didn't actually make any money. His airheaded personality meant that he was perennially stuck in lower management. Her son was in college and spent all his time playing. She was spending a lot of money to send him there, but he'd grown into a selfish boy who constantly demanded cars and trips. Of course, their budget was always stretched to the limit. They hadn't built up any kind of savings. They lived in Shibuya, true, but she had to live with her in-laws, which didn't make things easy at all. The idea of going to lunch with her friends from the neighborhood seemed as remote as the fiction she saw paraded on the news every night. She wanted an easier life. Lately, she'd been all sighs. Yesterday, she'd actually sighed at work and gotten a warning from her boss. What? What the fuck? That's so mean. The store where she worked was along Meiji Dori, about a 5-minute walk from Shibuya. The lunchtime rush had ended and things were calming down. She wanted to take a little break, but it wasn't break time yet.
3127円になります。
Tei-in. The woman in front of her, who was taking out her wallet, was one she'd seen several times before. She wore fancy clothes and had a slender, attractive body. Her makeup was perfect too. Even when she was only going shopping at a supermarket. She must live in a different world. Maybe she was what they called a celebrity wife. The woman seemed very anxious as she waited for her to finish. Tashita hadn't even handed over her change yet, and she had already lifted up her shopping basket. What was bothering her so much? Was she feeling sick? She did seem a little pale. Tashita wondered about her, but they didn't have enough of a relationship that she felt comfortable asking. She handed her the receipt and her change, and the woman quickly left. What's wrong, dude? Tashita greeted the next customer, and then gasped. He was a man. Excuse me? What the fuck? They make sumo sticker masks now? Why didn't I know that? You mean to tell me I could have gotten a mask? Of my favorite mascot, the sumo sticker? He was wearing a mask. The mask had the same design as those things they called sumo stickers. She'd heard about the stickers on the news several days ago. She had learned that lately they were popular in Shibuya and nowhere else. She had seen them several times on her way to and from work. It was a disgusting design, and the idea of Shibuya being overwhelmed with things made her sick. And this man was wearing a mask with the same design. That meant she couldn't see his face. His clothes were completely normal. They weren't particularly filthy, and he didn't look like a pervert or a crazy man. He's just some average dude. No, he don't look like a pervert. But that made it even stranger that he'd be wearing a mask to hide his face, and one so poorly constructed that it was obviously handmade. Was this why the last customer had seemed so anxious? The man was standing completely still. He didn't say anything to Tashita. And then she realized that she'd been staring at his face for quite a long time.
すみません。いらっしゃいませ。
She looked inside his shopping basket. It was filled with several bowls of instant ramen in a single 2-liter.
4378円になります。
As she gave him the total, she happened to see the customers in the other lanes. This time, she was struck completely silent. It wasn't just her register. Oh my god, are the other customers wearing these cool masks too? Wow, that's so on trend. Every single register had a customer wearing a mask. Damn, it's the same exact design too. How the fuck? There were so many of them, and they were all standing silently. There were already 10 people lined up at her register, and all of them were wearing sumo sticker masks. The store never got this busy, even at lunchtime on a Saturday. The only thing that people in the masks had in common was that they were men. I'm getting clown mask deja vu. Yeah. They all wore different clothes. A tall man in a sweatshirt, a fat middle-aged man in running clothes, a well-built man in a sweater, and so on and so on. Not all of them looked like they had steady jobs, but not all of them looked like they were unemployed. And not one of them said a word. They just stood in a line, masks on their head and baskets in their hands. The noisy supermarket suddenly fell silent. All the other employees and customers stared at the men in the masks, eyes wide. Anyway, on my way to the student council room, I remembered that I'd been planning on getting a Mountain View and headed back to the vending machines. Only caffeine and carbonation, combined in the mightiest of drinks, could quench my thirst. Just as I was about to put my coin in the slot, I heard a voice I recognized.
Onoe? お前手が足りないクラスの手伝いをしてるんじゃないのか。
そう、それお願いだから助けて。
She grabbed my hand and yanked me forward. Where's my fucking murder, dude? We continue until there's a murder.
ちょっと待ってくれ。さっきからあちこち動きっぱなしで。
それどころじゃないんだってば。とにかくタクがいないと。ああ、見つけた。
見つけた! Is that Arimura-san? I heard the exact same phrase that I'd heard a moment ago.
先輩方、チャオっす。やあやあ、今日もお二人仲が良さそうで何よりです。
Hi!
有村さん。
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
I remembered the words she said before. It was definitely Arimura-san who was in front of me now. The one at the murder scene. And the one who'd been talking to a detective about the case. I could feel myself starting to sweat.
有村さん、なんで。
やだな、後輩なんだから呼び捨てでいいって言ってるじゃないですか。ねえ、リカ。
リカ？
リカ？名前、セリカでしょ？やだ？じゃあ、セリでファイナルアンサー？ファイナルなのか、アンサーなのか。アンサー。ついでに私のことはヒナでいっから。はい、声に出して言ってみよう。せーの。
ヒナ。
ダメ、たどたどしいぞ。もう一回。ヒナ。まだちょっち硬いけどいいとすっか。じゃ、よろしくね、セリ。
What was she doing? This wasn't the same Arimura-san who told me I was going to be killed. This was how she was when she talked to her classmates. This only made me wonder. Was she planning something? What was she doing in the love hotel that day?
お、どうしたんですか、宮代先輩。視線が熱いですよ。
あ、いや。
もしや、私に惚れちゃいましたか？
Oh no!
タク、そうなの？
違う、そうじゃ。
もう、そんな否定しなくても素直になっちゃいなよ、ユウ。あ、でも。
It was no good. I couldn't keep up with her energy.
というわけで、セリ、宮代先輩借りてくぜ。
Oh, really?
は？
Huh? Before I could say anything, Arimura-san wrapped her arm around mine and pulled me away.
ヒナ？アディオスグラッシャー、セリ。また来年。
また来年。
何ですか？
話してもらえます？
これは気が回りませんで。
She bopped herself in the head and let go of my arm. And then she led me further down the hall, humming as she went. What was she doing? It felt like she was up to something. She must have noticed I wasn't moving because she suddenly turned around.
やだな、そんなあからさまに用心しないでくださいよ。ひなちゃん悲しい。
She pretended to cry.
一体どこまでが本気なんだ。わけがわからない。
ほら、ここです。さ、入って。
He pointed to an empty classroom. What was she planning on doing here?
でも。
大丈夫ですって。取って食ったりなんかしませんからね。
いや、ちょっと。
Damn it. In the end, I gave in and went into the classroom.
さてと。
Uh-huh?
先輩にここに来てもらった理由、わかりますか？
いえ。
Of course not.
心当たりないです？
That was the only thing I could think of. But seeing the way she acted today, it was hard to believe that she was the same girl.
どっちの姿が本当の彼女なんだろ
Maybe, if what I was remembering was the real her, then the reason she brought me here must be... had to be. That.
事件のことですか
Arimura-san's expression turned serious. I gulped repeatedly, feeling a little overwhelmed.
その僕も聞きたかったんですけど、あの事件の。
何のことですか？
Arimura-san suddenly smiled. She was smiling, but her voice made it clear that she was refusing to answer my question. I would have liked it more if she'd been frowning. I opened my mouth as if being pushed forward by some indescribable fear.
今さらとぼけたって無駄だと思います。あの現場に君がいたことは確かなんですから。君はどうしてあそこにいたんですか？
She was looking at me, but I couldn't read any kind of emotion in her eyes. I almost stepped back, but stopped myself.
なんか先輩、刑事さんみたいっすね。
And now she was back to her casual tone of voice.
くそ、なんだよこの子。
あの人は古い友人で、時々ああして会っていろいろと話を聞いてただけっすよ。
That was what she'd said before when she was meeting with that detective named Shinjo-san at Cafe Lax.
だから先輩が思ってるような関係じゃないですから、残念でした。
は？
お、とぼけますか？あんなところで落ち合ってたんだからエッチな想像してたんでしょ。もう男子ってみんなそうですよね。
いや違う、そうじゃなくて。
またまた、こんなところに連れてきたから本当はちょっと期待してたんでしょ。でしょ。
だからそういうのじゃなくて。
It made sense now that she mentioned it, but honestly the idea hadn't occurred to me at all.
僕はただ純粋にえ？
Arimura-san looked at me with narrow eyes as if she was judging me. What was that about?
私が先輩をここに連れてきたのは宮代先輩のことが知りたくなったからです。
僕のことが？
というわけで。
She started to rustle through the contents of a cardboard box that had been beneath the desk. Huh? What was she getting out? What's she gonna do with me?
だからそんなに警戒しちゃ嫌ですよ。これ手伝ってほしいだけですから。
It was a huge stack of papers.
これって？
今からこれ製本するんで手伝ってください。いやー、友達に頼まれちゃって。ほら、私って頼まれると断れないタイプじゃないですか。
No, I didn't know that.
待ってください。どうして君が頼まれたことに僕が借り出されなきゃいけないんですか？
交換条件で学食の食券2週間分くれるって言うんですもん。
だからそれにどうして僕が？
愚問な。そんなの2人でやった方が早いからに決まってるじゃないですか。
いや全然理由になって。
まあまあ細けいことはいいんですよ。まずはこっちのページから折っていきますよ。
Which way? Hamburger or hot dog? She handed me a stack of printouts without waiting for my response.
ほらほら、口を動かす前に手を動かす人になりましょう。
Then she ignored me and started to work. I guess that meant she didn't intend to tell me anything else about the case. The detective had said that Kakta, the victim in the revolving dead case, had been murdered, and that she was cooperating and exchanging information with him. But if I asked her about that, she'd find out that I had overheard her conversation at Cafe Lax. In the end, I was forced to help make pamphlets for one of the younger classes that I knew nothing about.
もうすぐ復興祭っすね。
うん、そうですね。
や りにくいな。
何が？
それっすよ、それ。後輩なんだから敬語はいらないって言ってるじゃん。
そうですよね。
まあいっか。そのうちおいおい後々後々ってことで。で何の話でしたっけ？そう思い出した。復興祭。復興祭って言えば校庭にあるあの風鈴の飾り、先輩なんて書きました？
ああいうの好きじゃ。いや、なんでも。
Oh no, I'd said what I was really thinking.
僕それ書いてないです。言われたの忘れてて。
なんすかそれ、協調性ないですな。
I couldn't argue with that, but I had a feeling that no one got along with the group as well as Arimura-san.
でもそっか、その手があったか。私もそうすればよかったかもな。
I couldn't tell if she was faking or not, but at least on the surface she seemed sincere.
有村さんはなんて？
知りたいっすか？
She brought her face up close to mine.
いや、まあ。
私はね秘密です。乙女の秘密は高いのですよ。
What? I really didn't understand. There was the Arimura-san I was talking to right now, the Arimura-san I'd seen with Shinjo-san, and the one that told me I was going to be killed. Which one was the real Arimura-san?
よし、できた。ちょっと先輩、まだ終わってないんすか？遅い。
ごめんなさい。
しょうがない。私が手伝ってあげるんで、半分貸してください。
ありがとう。
No, wait, why am I saying thanks? There's no reason for me to be doing any of this anyway, is there? What am I doing?
よし、できた。
I reached up to stretch my arms, and every joint in my shoulders, back, and hips cracked. I've been helping people all day, and my body felt like it was reaching its limit.
あざっす。先輩のおかげで思ったより早く終わりました。グラッチェグラッチェ。
それで完成したこれはどこへ？
いいっすいいっす。それは取りに来てもらいますから。
そう。
I thought of asking her about the case again, but decided against it. To be honest, the look on her face I'd seen last time still scared me.
それじゃあ僕はここで。
先輩、ちょい待ちです。明日、渡部さんとの対談ありますよね。
うん、ありますけど。
Even Arimura-san knew about it.
友達もみんな噂してますよ。今や先輩は注目の的。
Katsuki's classmates have been talking about it too. I guess it really is a big deal. That just shows how famous Watabe is, I guess.
で、お願いがあるんですけど。
Her suddenly sweet voice made my heart skip a beat, but I tried my best to hide it.
何ですか？
その対談の時に、あのスクープの元になった画像、どうやって撮ったか聞いてくれませんか？
Oh, she noticed too, huh? That the stickers were different? The photo for his big scoop?
渡部さんの記事に貼ってあったあの画像のことです。
Was that what she was talking about?
どうしてそんなことを？
まあまあいいじゃないですか。細かいことは気にしない。明るく楽しくいきましょうよ。
だけど。
わかった。わかりました。じゃあこれあげますから、ひなえちゃんとの約束。
Arimura-san slid something into my chest pocket and pushed me out into the hallway.
ちょっと。
じゃ、助かりました。アディオスグラッシ
Adios. I took out the thing she'd put into my pocket.
食券
And only 3 days worth. The nerve. Now that I was alone, everything about Arimura-san somehow seemed off. Everything that had happened, everything that she'd said, seemed like it was covered in lies. Everything, including the reward I'd been given, made it seem like I was being tricked. October 9th, 2015, Friday. Again? We're still on Friday? Shinjo took out a picture of the face of the man who'd stabbed Kurisu, then showed it to Kunosato.
そちらの読み通り、こいつと病院に入院していた例のイラストレーターとはつながりがあった。
Kunosato didn't really react. She listened to him speak as if she knew everything he was going to say already.
同じ高校の同級生だ。一時は原作と絵を2人で分担して共同のペンネームで漫画を描いていたこともあるらしい。
そいつらが一連の猟奇殺人の犯人だという可能性は、アリバイはあるのか
？2人とも1年ほど前から病室もしくは部屋に引きこもりだ。イラストレーターの方は病院の監視カメラにもその記録が残ってる。
Interesting.
壁砲の生徒を刺した男の方は家族の証言に頼るしかないが、警察に駆けつけてきたとき、
And then a phone rang. Kunosato picked it up without saying a word to Shinjo.
私です。
Oh, Arimura. Even from here, he could tell exactly how annoyed Arimura Hinae was. But Kunosato cut her off before she could say a word.
ごねるつもりか、それとも報告か。
そういうところが。
Kunosato had no intention of listening to her complaints. Did she do what she was told? Did she get any results? That's all Kunosato wanted to hear.
どっちなんだ？
伝えました。これでいいんですよね。
よし。明日は当然お前も立ち会え。直接だ。出なければ意味がない。
こういうのやめてもらえませんか？いろいろめんどくさいんです。私はあなた方に協力する気は。
Kunosato hung up before she could finish her sentence. Shinjo was glaring at her.
どうした？続けろ。
今のは有村さんだろう。こちらに無断で進めるのはやめてくれないか。
代替案のない批判は誹謗に過ぎないし、誹謗は暇人か無能であることの証明だぞ。続けろ。
お前な。
Shinjo frowned, dissatisfied, but gave up and flipped through the papers he was holding.
どこまで話したんだった？
壁砲の生徒を刺した男の家族の証言。
ああ。男の家族が警察に駆けつけてきた時の第一声は、息子が人を刺すなんてありえないではなく、息子が外出するなんてありえないだったそうだ。猟奇殺人が起こった日も絶対に家から出ていないと言っている。
Kunosato looked upward for a second as if lost in thought.
その証言、信用してもいいとは思うな。男の作っているイカれたページが事件のあった時刻に更新されているし。
Aw, man. He's our favorite blogger? Honda?
それが偽装と言い切れなくもないが。精神鑑定は？
相変わらず救世主がどうのこうのと繰り返している。
メガロマニアか。
Kunosato frowned as if she was annoyed.
イラストレーターは2007年頃何をしていた
？2007年はまだ地方だ。九州だな。
確かか。
ああ。2008年末に東京に越してきて、その時 高校で障害の犯人と一緒になった。
なるほど。当てが外れたな。釣れたのは結局結界説なんかの妄想に逃げ込む奴らだけか。
Oops, sorry. Bumped into my desk. Suddenly, she leaned back in her chair, seemingly bored.
結局そいつらは猟奇殺人に関しては白だったか。単なる力士シールの模倣犯の可能性が高いな。
模倣犯？
アリバイが確立している以上、まあある程度だが、事件との直接のつながりは薄い。間接的につながるとしたら力士シールに関することだけ。原作と絵に分かれていたということは、絵を描くのはイラストレーターの方だったんだろう。力士シールが最初に発見されたのは2007年頃の東京だが、その頃そいつは九州にいた。漫画で芽が出ず、承認欲から悪ふざけで力士シールの作者を名乗り、お互いに精神を病んで、片方は持ち前の画力を生かして力士シールに取りつかれ、もう片方は物語でも書いているつもりでそれを妄想のネタにした。無論確証のない推測だが、どの道すぐにわかる。それよりも
What was more concerning was the fact that the man hadn't left his room for years. Would he really leave it just because he learned about a bunch of stickers appearing? And that was where the illustrator was kept. During the New Generation madness, there were rumors that the hospital was involved with a certain religious organization that was connected to that particular case. And it was also supposedly related to SafeWorks, the company involved in the restoration work that had resulted in security cameras all over town.
俺は正直半信半疑だぞ。こんないたずら書きみたいなシールが事件に関係しているなんて。
なら安心しろ。明日は別口だ。
Funosato opened up a file she saved on her PC.
これは
明日、壁法の新聞部と対談を行う渡部の記事だ。
お前が影で接触して炎上を煽ったあのネット記者か？
あ
あ。
She nodded, and then opened up a picture of the photo of the Sino sticker that was taken at the scene. Then she lined it up against the one in the article. Shinjo stared at it for a moment, and then he realized.
表情が違ってる？
渡部は今回のこと以外でも様々な現場に潜入しては大量のスクープ画像をものにしている。その数があまりにも多いため、一部の人間が捏造だと言って専門家たちに調査を求めた。画像には一切改ざんの跡は見られなかった。
Shinjo figured out what she was trying to say. No way, he whispered to himself.
明日、有村に確認させる。もしそうであれば。楽しい文化祭になるかもしれないな。
Ooh? God, it's still Friday? Exhausted from all the work I've been doing, I decided to use one of the meal tickets I've been given. I headed for the cafeteria. But then I realized that I never used the cafeteria before and had no idea how it worked. There were a lot of loud groups that ate there and I didn't like it. In the end, I gave up. Instead, I decided to go out into the courtyard to check on something I thought about. The wind chimes that had been set up for the restoration festival, and the wishes that were tied to them. Arimura-san had said it was a secret, but I was interested in seeing what she'd written down. Maybe I'd get a clue as to who she really was. I tried to find her name among the huge number of wind chimes. There were no clappers inside the chimes. With so many wind chimes, if there had been one If there had been some there, they would have made an incredible noise. I saw several other messages as I searched. Please let everyone be happy. Please don't let anyone be sad. There were a lot of platitudes like that. And then I found it. Arimura Hinae. It was just a single line.
本当のことが見つかりますように。
What did that mean? The truth about the earthquake? No, there was no truth to be found. An earthquake was an earthquake. There was an urban legend that the earthquake had been caused artificially, but there was no way that could be true. What had she meant when she'd written this? I turned around and saw a familiar face.
もうどこ行ってたの？ずっと探してたんだよ。電話しても繋がらないし。
My heart raced a little when I heard that.
だからスマホは落としたんだって。お前も知ってるだろ。
そっか。
I dropped my phone at AH Tokyo General Hospital and still didn't have it back. No, I was probably never going to get it back. I had it now. The two of them that I'd seen in the pictures on the board in the club room. Of course, I'd filled out the paperwork to have it shut off already. The phone itself was locked, so if they tried to use it anyway, it should wipe itself. So they probably wouldn't be able to see what was inside, but still, the idea of someone else, particularly someone else connected to the case, having my phone was an unpleasant one.
新しいの買った方が良くない？
まあ、そうなんだけどさ。
I'd spent the whole day reaching into my pocket and being surprised to find that it wasn't there. Only now that it was gone did I realize how much I depended on my phone. It was probably a good idea to do what she said and go buy a new one, but that phone was...
タク？
なんでもない。それより何か用か？
そうだった。とにかく大変なんだよ。
Actually, she looked like she was in a big hurry a moment ago.
だから何が？
だからね、とにかく来て。
I was dragged off again. I lost count of how many times that had happened today.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
Those voices were from my class's project, the Ghetto Froggy Cafe. After they said their lines, my classmates all started to do some kind of strange dance. They were making a video that would be displayed in the center of the cafe.
だからオリジナルのゲロカエルは喋らないんだって。
Normally, I would have been forced to spend the day recording them. But since I had to help the student council, I've been temporarily released.
で、これがどうしたんだ？
なんか壊れちゃったみたいなの、カメラ。
She pointed to the camera that I'd set up.
音が出ないんだよ。それでみんな困ってて。
Sedika's tiny finger reached out and hit the play button. She was right. There was no sound from the camera.
変だな。今朝確認した時にはちゃんと。
I decided to start by checking the camera settings. Oh, so that was it.
これ、誰かが設定いじっただろ。
どうなのかな？
音声出力がスピーカーじゃなくなってる。
I called up the right setting and changed the output method. When I switched it over, I suddenly heard loud laughter and yells coming from the speaker.
本当だ!
Sedika smiled. I felt a little relieved. If they hadn't been able to take the video, who knows what the rest of the class would have said about me.
皆さん、カメラ直りましたよ。撮影しますね。
It was never broken though.
じゃあ始めんぞ、カメラっ子。
はい、大丈夫です。どうぞ。
Since I was the camera expert, I was put in charge of the filming. What a pain in the ass. I don't want to have anything to do with this crap.
じゃあ行くぞ。せーの。
The loud music started to play again, and they all began to dance. But then they weren't happy with the result. First, someone messed with the choreography, and they wanted to change the positions. It went on and on. I only felt like doing a good job the first few times. They said it was a promotional video, but it's really just a rip-off of something they'd seen on Nikonia. No matter what I did, it wasn't going to turn out right. But they were still smiling as they danced.
何がそんなに楽しいんだろうな。
ごめん、間違えた。
もうだからそこは右だって右。お箸持つ。
I really didn't care. I hoped this would end soon.
タク、ダメだよ。顔に出てる。
じゃあお前が代わりにやってくれよ。
タクみたいにかっこよく撮れないもん。
おだてても無駄だぞ。
おだててなんていないよ。
Sedeka gave an easygoing laugh like she always did. Oh, fine, she seemed to say. Then...
ねえ、宮代くん。今までの見れる？
Suddenly a girl in a costume talked to me. What was her name? I felt like I talked to her before.
見れますよ。
あれ？ちょっと音が悪くない？
この
カメラのマイクって音楽録音用じゃないんだそうです、田中先輩。
Tanaka-san, that was her name. Sedeka was amazing. I was in the same class and I didn't even know her name.
ふん。ありがとう。あ、そういえばさ、新聞部ワタヤンと対談するって本当？
ワタヤ
ン？ニコニアの渡部さんのことですか？本当ですけど。
やっぱマジなの？
え？
Why is she bringing everyone over here? And suddenly I was surrounded.
マジかよ、すげえじゃん。
対談って何すんの？
さあ、よくわかんないんですけど。
Tanaka-san seemed surprised.
え？あの動画のことじゃないの？
I was surprised. Even Tanaka-san knew about it?
てかさ、新聞部っていまいち目立ってないけど、実はすごかったりする？
Oh no, he's not gonna like that.
そんなことは。
If they're having an interview with Watayan, then that means, Tanaka started to say, and everyone started listening to her. What the hell is going on? I know that Kazuki's classmates and Arimura-san had talked about it, but I didn't expect my own class to get this excited. Is talking to Watabe that special?
つかよ。んなことよりもう一つの噂。お前、あれってマジなん？
え？
Other rumor.
川原と殴り合ったって。
I almost reached for my cheek, but managed to stop myself.
はあ？マジで？
あ、そういえば少し腫れてる。
A chorus of wait, how? And why began. Guys, calm down. What is going on here?
すげえな、宮代。お前喧嘩なんかすんの？
いや、喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
で、あれだろ、宮代。川原ってことは女帝と関係あんだろ？
いや、まあそうです。
え、何 それ何それ、もしかしてノノの取り合い？マジ？かっこいいじゃん。
I can't take this anymore. I went out to the hallway as the girls started to talk about romance. I leaned up against the wall and sighed. I could hear people in the classroom asking where I'd gone. My head hurts.
タク、大丈夫？
Sedika pokes her head out of the classroom. I waved a hand and told her I was fine. And then...
人気者になったね、タク。
Sedika was smiling. I had no idea what she was so happy about.
お前な。
They were just talking about my interview with Watabe and my argument with Kawahara-kun because it was a good excuse to get excited and have fun.
気づいた？
何が？
呼び方、カメラっ子から宮代になってたよ。
Did I?
宮代くん？
え？
Tanaka-san poked her head out from behind Sedika.
どうしたの？いきなり出てっちゃって。
そのトイレに。
あ、そっか。ごめん。
Tanaka-san scratched her cheek a little. She looked apologetic.
ごめんね。大事な対談とかあるのにダラダラしちゃって。ダンス次でちゃんと決めるから。
はい、私たちも可愛く撮りますから頑張ってください。
Sedika answered for me.
ありがとう。
As she turned to go back into the classroom, I found myself speaking to her.
田中さん。
何？
Huh? Why am I saying this?
踊りに使ってる曲の音源、後でもらえますか？
Hola!
それはいいけど、なんで？
最初のセリフ以外は踊ってるだけですから、セリフと音楽を別にして映像に重ねます。それで綺麗な音にできると思います。
そんなことこれからできるの？ありがとう。じゃあそれで。ごめん。トイレ早く行ってきて。
She ran back into the classroom, excited. Whew, that made me nervous. I feel so tired. Sedika waved her cell phone strap at me happily. It made the same strange sound it always did.
タクがね、やる気になってるから。
別にそういうわけじゃない。ただ。
Even if it was cliche for a moment, I thought that this whole school festival thing might not be so bad after all. Where am I from? New Jersey. Oh! I opened the lid on my mountain view and took a big gulp. My head finally felt clear. Mountain View really was the water of life. It's not even water. By the time I'd finished helping with the setup for the cafe and the other things the student council had needed me for, it was night. The air on the roof was a little cool on my skin. But still, all the preparations weren't finished, and the student council, including me and the other helpers, had been running around the whole time. I might end up having to stay the night.
勘弁してほしいよな。
何が？
そりゃいくら文化祭だからって何も止まってまで。
Oh!
お疲れ様。
It's Kurisu! For a moment, I doubted what I was seeing, but it was definitely Kurisu.
何やってんだよ。怪我は 大丈夫なのか？
嫌だ。あんまり重病人扱いしないでほしいわね。
But I could see her face twitch just a little in pain. Of course, she was stabbed only 2 days ago. Even I knew that she should be staying in bed.
重病人扱いも何も重病人だろ。寝てなきゃダメじゃないか。
Whenever me or the other kids got sick or hurt, Kurusu was always the one to say, "Don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to rely on the other people around you." When I told her that, she chuckled.
覚えてるのね。
She seemed a little happy.
気になって少し様子を見に来ただけ。しっかりやってくれてるみたいで、ちょっと安心した。
大丈夫だよ。サボるわけないだろ。
勘弁してくれって言っていたのに。
それは。
Kurusu smiled as if she enjoyed watching me choke on my words.
はい、これ。
Kurusu handed me a small bag. It was handmade from felt. Back when I still lived with her, Kurusu had made one for me, Yui, Yuto, and herself, each in a different color. Where had I put mine, come to think of it?
お弁当。あなたのことだから、どうせご飯もちゃんと食べてないんでしょ？
作ってきたのか？
おにぎりくらいだけどね。
She didn't have time to make anything more, she said. What was she thinking? Why would she do that when she was injured? I sat down and opened the bag, and there was a little lunchbox inside. There were 2 big rice balls, a lightly pan-fried hot dog, and some tamagoyaki. She was right, none of that was particularly hard to make.
バランスとか全然で悪いけど。どうしたの？
いただきます。
I suddenly felt really embarrassed. I decided to try and hide it by taking a big bite out of the rice ball. It was a taste I hadn't experienced in a while, and it was one I used to enjoy all the time.
ねえ、今日のこと聞いてもいい？
Kurusu waited for me to finish, then gently asked me. I looked up and saw that at some point she started staring up at the stars.
今日一日何があったのか知りたいの。朝から何？
生徒会の手伝いだよ。知ってるだろ。
具体的に聞きたいのよ。あなたの口から直接。
She turned toward me. She seemed very serious about this. I didn't really know what she was thinking, but I felt like I had to give her an answer.
和樹の？
うん。クラスの展示に使うパーツを運んでほしいって。
そう。和樹喜んでた？
多分。ああ、そういえばスルメくれた。
そう。他には？
有村さんに知らないクラスのパンフレット作りを手伝わされた。
有村さん？
Her eyes narrowed just a little. Arimura-san was involved in the case, so she probably didn't want me talking to her.
大丈夫だよ。本当にパンフを作らされただけだから。
そう。それだけなのね。
To be honest, I tried to talk to her a little about the case, but if I told Kurusu that, she'd get worried. So I didn't.
それで、他には？あなたのクラスはどうなの？ゲロカエルン喫茶だったかしら？
ああ、それはなんとか形になったみたいだけど。
あなたが映像の担当なんでしょ？
Oh yeah, I nodded.
もうほとんど終わってて、残りは明日の朝。映像はもうできてるから、それに音楽を載せるだけなんだ。
朝で間に合うの？
十分だろ。
And honestly, I hadn't expected to be working until the morning of the festival.
でも、 今日は泊まり込みになるんでしょ？
Kurusu talked as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I almost couldn't believe it.
毎年こんなに忙しかったのか、文化祭って。
I'd never participated, so I had no idea that everyone was doing all this work.
まあね。でも今年は特別。復興祭も近いし、初めての3学年揃っての文化祭だから。
そっか。
We third-year students had been the first class at Hekiho Academy. This would be the first year that all three grades had a full class at the school.
もう一日中バタバタしすぎてわけがわかんなかったよ。
I had been forced to carry so much stuff that I was getting muscle cramps, and then it was one problem after another. Talking to new people always made me nervous, and I'd have to do that a bunch of times. I was really tired.
何?
Kurusu saw me thinking back on the day's events and smiled.
それで？それで、あなたはどう感じたの？
How did it feel?
大変だったよ。
それだけ？
It was like she could read my mind. Damn it. I felt just a little awkward as I spoke.
あのさ。
ええ。
うちのクラスとか結構いいやつもいた。
そうなんだ。
うん。明日の渡部との対談楽しみにしてるって。
そう。
あとカメラっ子って言っていたやつが宮代って。
うん。どう？タクル。
何が？
She looked like a mother giving a present to a young child.
事件なんか。
それは。
I tried to deny it, but I couldn't. I see. Kurusu had come all this way even though she was hurt just to say this to me.
タクル、帰ってくる気にはなれない？父さんもユイもユウトもそれを望んでる。特にユイがね、あなたがお風呂掃除をしていなかったってうるさいの。
I could imagine it. Yui was like a mini Kurusu. The women definitely had the upper hand in that household.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して。帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。タクル。
ごちそうさま。
I put the lunchbox back in the bag, stood up, and handed it to Kurusu. Then I headed toward the door.
わかった。考えてみるよ。
そう、よかった。
I could hear Kurusu's footsteps as she tried to catch up to me. But the next moment... Oh, did she fall?
クルス。
I heard a small moan and I turned around. Kurusu had crumpled to the ground, holding her stomach.
おい、クルス。
平気。大丈夫。
She was trying to force herself to smile, but there were thick drops of sweat on her forehead.
大丈夫じゃないだろ。
ごめんなさい。
とにかく帰るんだ。タクシー呼ぶから。
I let her lean on my shoulder as we hurried to the front gate as quietly but quickly as possible.
青葉 E までお願いします。
I got her loaded inside the taxi and told the driver where to go.
タクル。さっきのこと考えておいて。
Fine, I get it. I moved away so I could shut the door.
タクル。
Oh! Rare main character shot.
ありがとう。
何が
何がだろうね。
The door closed and the taxi disappeared down the road. Usually, everyone called her the Empress, and she acted on my big sister. Now she looked weak, as if I was the big brother and she was the little sister.
あ、そうだ、ユイ。
I remembered Yui when I thought of little sisters. I needed to send her a message about Kurusu. I put my hand into my pocket and once again realized that my phone wasn't there. Damn it, how many times did this happen today? I'd have to ask Serika.
宮代？
Hmm?
え？川原くん。
Oh no, did he see Kurusu here?
何かあったのか？あ、いや、そうか。
From the way he was acting, he probably didn't see her, right? If he had seen her, he wouldn't be acting this way. He'd probably blame me for putting too much strain on Kurusu and hit me again.
ほら。
Kawahara-kun tossed something at me. Is it a mountain view? Oh. I almost dropped it, but managed to grab it at the last second. It was a can of coffee.
飲めよ。いや、でも泊まり込みになるからな。あ、はあ、どうも。
He opened another can for himself and took a drink, then looked around the courtyard. There were stalls lined up, each covered in flashy decorations. All the preparations were finished around here.
クルスが来れないって分かった時はどうなるかと思ったけど。うん。
They're so awkward. What was going on? Kawahara-kun kept glancing over at me as if he was waiting for the right moment to say something. Eventually, he took a big sip of his coffee and said,
悪かったな。
He pointed to my cheek. I knew he was talking about hitting me.
いえ、悪かったのは僕ですから。
He began to speak hesitantly. Actually, you see.
あの日の次の朝、クルスから電話があったんだ。そんなの気にすることないですよ。まあな。そりゃそうなんだけどよ。
Kawahara-kun sighed, stretched, and leaned up against the school gate.
癖かもな。小学生の時からあいつは委員長っつうか、いつもリーダーみたいなことやってたからな。小学生の時からあんなだったんですか。
Both Kurusu and Kawahara-kun went to the same public elementary school. I'd gone to a different private one.
とにかく面倒見が良くてな。みんなあいつのこと好きだったよ。特に俺とあともう一人。地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。へえ。知ってるか？あいつ小学校の頃は毎年リレーの選手だったんだぜ。え？
I was really surprised. She didn't seem to be that bad at sports, but she certainly didn't seem to like them. She couldn't do a spin in the horizontal bar. She must have found my... Whoops. He must have found my reaction funny because Kawahara-kun continued on, in a more upbeat tone.
あの地震で大怪我してな。今はそうでもないけど、しばらくは歩くのさえ大変そうにしてたんだ。
I'd had no idea. When I'd woken up a year after the earthquake, I hadn't seen any sign of that. He'd probably gone through a lot of hard rehab while I'd been in a coma.
その影響で運動はほとんどしなくなった。一度だけ運動部に誘ったんだが、断られたよ。そうだったんですか。
There was a moment of awkwardness. I didn't know what to do. Come to think of it, I never talked with Kawahara-kun like this before.
文化祭盛り上げられるだけ盛り上げようぜ。あいつから任されたんだからな。
Kawahara-kun turned away from me and walked back into the school building.
そうか。
I realized that he'd been acting weird all day because he was waiting for a chance to apologize. Aggregator. These sumo sticker memes will have you dying. A collection of the stupidest memes for the sumo stickers that are appearing in Shibuya. Updated October 9th, 2015. 78 likes on Facebook, 268 tweets, 255 favorites, 797,778 views. What's a sumo sticker? Den Dong Ue ga dekta. What's a sumo sticker? A mysterious sticker that started appearing in Shibuya around 2007. No one knows who puts them up or why. They're about 20 centimeters by 15 centimeters with a design like two overlapping faces. They have 3 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths. They're called sumo stickers because the face looks like that of a fat man, but no one knows what they really are. Not wiki pedophilia. Wiki pedophilia. Not again. Does that say Mariri Unsu? No. And these sumo stickers have made for some terrible memes. Don't totally sumo. Don't call me a sumo sticker. Call me Mr. Sumo Sticker. Totally sumo. Nom nom. Blog.deaddoor.jp. What's a sumo sticker? The short version. 7 reasons the return of the new generation madness is terrifying. Shibuya Restoration Festival 2015. Retrospective. From the Shibuya earthquake to the reconstruction. 8 occultic rumors hidden in the Shibuya earthquake. Recommended articles. Are you the type who loses from affiliated marketing? Or gains? The best way to eat crab. The complete history of 8channel. What's the special Shibuya reconstruction tax? How to save your smartphone battery. Answer, nom nom. Now I'm getting excited. I slid here. Source blog.deaddoor.jp. Link on a bike. These meme pictures will have you rolling on the floor. I danced with hard luck. Those who put their feet in the ring have danced with hard luck. Sega.nikonia.jp. Those who put their feet in the ring have danced with hard luck. Make peace with the sumo wrestler, it says. Source tweepopopic.com. There's even Vocalo songs about them. Vocalo. The boss tells me to put the stickers up with a cannon, but amazingly, this song hit 1 million views only 24 hours after release due to an article on the sumo stickers published web journalist Tomoaki Watabe at the same time. How amazing!
それじゃあ消すよ。
Oh, she turned off the lights.
思った以上に暗くなるね。
大丈夫か？
多分。じゃあみんなおやすみ。
はいよ、おやすみ。
何も見えない。椅子どこ？あ、花ちゃん、蹴っちゃった。ごめん。そこが花ちゃんってことは、こっちに。
What was that? An elbow?
ごめん、しんちゃん。
何が？
僕だ、僕。
もうどこがどこだか。なんか落ちた。
もういい。電気。いや、カーテン開けろ、カーテン。
オッケー。いやー、小指足
A dim light poured in. I could see the outlines of the room. All these cardboard boxes just laid out on the floor. I had no idea what the hell Serika had done, but she was rubbing her head and her pinky toe simultaneously.
ねえ、これでも寝られるよね。
こんなことならもう少し片付けておけばよかった。
I'm a dead. I think I'll just end it here. Hopefully, it won't take too long to get to the murder. In 2 weeks, because next week is a global strike that I'm participating in as well for Palestine. Anyway, stay safe. Bye-bye to you too. Goodbye, everybody. Night-night. Stream has ended.